Surprise! Were you surprised at that, Jared? Did you notice?
I noticed it's the original countdown music.
Because for some reason, I don't remember exactly why, I saved it to my computer, and I discovered that a couple of days ago, and I was like, oh my god, that's because I liked it much better. It's much more like it has much more of a build-up.
Nice,
So
nice. No, when I heard that, I was like, wait a second, did we have that last week and I just didn't clock it? But no, it's what's old is new again.
Exactly. I wonder if StreamYard is going to get mad at me because, but I think they would like their attention would have to be drawn to our channel, and I don't see that happening. But welcome everybody to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, Gwen Webster, and with me as always is Jared Kozel. So how's it going, Jared?
It's going well. We're in December now, which is kind of hard to believe, final month of the year. And obviously things will be getting busy with the holidays soon enough. But for now, we're just kind of, pushing through it at work. And but also we're kind of wrapping up our schedule for the calendar year. And it's been a very full year. I mean, I checked, we've covered 35, 36 movies, including the one we'll be doing next week. But a lot of other stuff has happened too. So, it's we'll have time to reflect on it, I'm sure, maybe next week.
Yeah, it's been rocky. Just, I've had my health issues over the past couple months. I'm actually feeling pretty good today. I went to a Christmas party for my trans support group last night, which was a lot of fun. Even though yesterday when I got up, I was not feeling very good. Actually, I was feeling overtired and like I didn't have any energy. But I was like, well, damn it! I'm gonna go to this in the evening, and so I made sure I got out, and I had an absolutely amazing time. Came home, watched some TV, went to bed, woke up this morning. I didn't really want to get out of bed, but I was going to the movies, which I'll elaborate on in a second. And then once I got out, I continued to feel good, and so I'm actually chipper right now, so which is great. Because it's been rough going, because I'm still not 100%. It's like if it's not one thing, it's another. It seems like, and so I'm still working through it. But hopefully this upswing will continue because towards the end of the month, I'll be going to visit family. And I don't want to be stuck on a plane feeling like crap. So yeah, fingers crossed. But yeah, so the holidays are coming up, and we'll be wrapping up next week. We've got our Force Awakens 10th anniversary stream, which I feel will be extended to talk about some more Star Wars stuff because there's been some news. which we're probably actually going to touch on in the mid-roll today, just because I won't be able to contain myself. But yeah. So as for today, we are finally getting around to talking about what has pretty much been my most anticipated movie all year, which is Wicked for Good, which is part 2 of the adaptation of the popular stage musical Wicked. And yeah, what was interesting about this one is because when I went to go see the first one, that was like an instant love affair where I was like completely just so blown away by the film that and I was enraptured by like every second that it pretty much to me is like a perfect movie musical. And so it's very interesting, and it's probably the part of the musical, the stage musical, that I remember the most because I feel like that first half really has the iconic stuff, and it's been like the only time I've actually ever seen the stage musical was all the way back in 2010 when I went to London. And oh boy, that was quite an experience. And ever since then, like, my exposure to it has mostly been through the cast album of the Broadway production. And so even though, like, I thought I knew what happened in the second half, there was a lot that I forgot. And so I feel like going into the second one, I had certain expectations just based off of the first film. But the thing is that this is actually quite a different movie from the first one, which in my mind makes it absolutely a brilliant thing that they split it in two, because I will get into more of this, but I feel like each film has its own distinct identity. And it's a long way of saying that when I went into this, I enjoyed the movie very much on my first viewing, but I had a couple reservations about it. And then I saw it a second time. Those reservations started to melt away, and I enjoyed the film even more. Then I got to see it for a third time today, and it just blossomed into just adoration for what's been achieved with this adaptation and the story. And it's great, because it's so funny, because another movie that I went to go see this weekend was the full-length 5-hour cut of Kill Bill: The Whole Bloody Affair.
God bless you for that.
Yeah, and it's which, by the way, I have to say, flew by. It's the fastest 5 hours ever. Plus, there was an intermission, so there was that. But the reason why I mention it is because I went through a very similar thing with Kill Bill Volume 2, which was that you have the first Kill Bill, which is this sort of grand, like, action-packed, epic spectacle, with all these stylistic flourishes that are very over the top, and like, it's an homage to like so many different genres. And so is Volume 2, but in a very different way. It's a much smaller scale, more intimate film about the characters rather than the over the top and absolutely wonderful style of Volume 1. And that's why, like, I'm actually surprised it worked as well as it did as one long film, because each of those two volumes feels like its own style of movie. And I feel now the same way about Wicked. The similarity comes in the fact that when I saw Volume 2 initially, I was disappointed by it, and then once it came out on video, I watched it again, and I watched it again, and now I actually think I prefer it to Volume 1. And so in a very similar way, I think that I had to get over that Wicked for Good is not the same movie as Wicked Part 1. And it's got a different tone, somewhat of a different style, even though it's very much still a piece of the first film, and it's much darker than the first film. And so now that I'm able to enjoy it just on its own, I think now, instead of like critiquing what I thought the movie was going to be, now I'm appreciating it for exactly what it is. And I just had the time of my life today. It was so beautiful. I do have like there's still one major thing that is a quibble that I won't let go of. And it's not to do with the story or anything we're going to talk about, but it's more about something I wish they had taken a little more time on to finesse. But we'll get there. But yeah, no, I think regardless of, if it's not as perfect of a film as the first part, which, it's the first part was done so magnificently well. I think that's that's a high bar. It's still just an absolutely wonderful and enchanting like conclusion to this story, and there are just moments in this film that I will never forget as long as I live. It's like 3 viewings and I'm still getting like chills in a moment that happens at the very end of the film that is not in the stage musical. And like it's just like it just made me feel things that like most movies never get close to achieving that kind of emotional impact. And yeah, so I love both of these films so much, and I'm just so thankful to everybody involved in, because it's hard for me to imagine a better adaptation of the musical. It's just such a this feels like such an eye-rolling cliche to say, but it's simply magical, you know. And yeah, I'm now I just can't wait to get like, now I'm like, last year I was like, oh, they put that out on digital way too soon. I won't be complaining about a fast home video release for this one, except if it hampers the box office, which it seems to be doing perfectly fine. But I look forward to having this like on my shelf next to the first one.
Yeah, no, I'm so happy to hear that like the film has, only grown richer for you on subsequent viewings, because I knew how much you were looking forward to it. And I have to acknowledge that, I actually got to see the movie before you, because I was able to get into a preview screening. And when I saw it, I really did love it, although there are some issues, of course, that we will get into later. I mean, I will acknowledge I have not had the chance to see it again, which is my fault. I only had time for one theatrical screening this week, and I chose to prioritize another movie I've been looking forward to.
I'm not going to say that I don't feel betrayed.
Well, you know what? It's you're just going to have to, like Glinda and Elphaba, you're going to have to recognize that, sometimes there's blame enough to go around. And I will take my share of it, but I will also own up to the fact I have absolutely zero regrets about the movie I went to go see yesterday, because I loved it and thought it was one of the best of the year. That movie being Hamnet, and we'll touch on that maybe in the mid-roll. But what I will say is that, when I first saw this, I really thought it was very, very good. But I was like, I bet Gwen is going to absolutely love this, because this movie, the 2 leads, Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande, are both powerhouses in both films. I was definitely of the opinion in the first movie that this was Cynthia Erivo's movie, and Ariana Grande was kind of an incredibly strong supporting player. And when I saw this movie, I was like, this is Ariana Grande's movie. And Cynthia Erivo, it remains outstanding. But knowing your particular affinity for that character, especially Gwen, I have to acknowledge that when I saw your initial reaction in the Slack and it was a bit more muted, I was like, oh, well, that's. I was almost disappointed for you that you weren't as bowled over by it immediately. But I think it's so great that you have had the chance to revisit it and kind of evolve in your love and appreciation for it. Because you're right, a lot of times, even though we try our absolute damnedest not to do it, we go into movies with certain expectations, and if the movie doesn't exactly conform to those, for better or worse, then we not necessarily even feeling disappointed, but just like, I need to process that. And a lot of times, watching a movie for a second or third time can help smooth those things over. I know that's the case with me with many of my favorite movies. A lot. When I look at like a list of my favorite movies ever, there are only a very small handful of them where I walked out of the movie at theater initially and was like, that was amazing, God tier, one of the best things I've ever seen. That includes things like The Lord of the Rings and Blade Runner 2049. For a lot of other movies in my top 10, including several Star Wars movies and the movie we just talked about last week, Pride and Prejudice, like I didn't truly get to the level of absolute love and adoration that I have for it now until I watched it multiple times, because you need to sometimes, like love, you know, learn that they're, you know, just because something is different does not mean that it is, you know, it is bad. You know, you need to like actually you know, learn to love and grow with the other person or the other entity, and which is a big theme in this movie. And I think that for you in particular, Gwen, to hear that, you know, you were able to go and revisit the movie and see that, you know, even though the story is different and also like kind of in line with what people, because the cliche about Wicked is that the first half is stronger than the second half, because the first half ends on defying gravity and people think, well, nothing in the second half can top that. And I would say that in this movie, well, yes, defying gravity is probably still the emotional pinnacle of this entire saga. There are a couple of moments that I think still get to that level. And I just feel like, you know, for you, like our friends at Force Center say, you know, engage with the story that's presented to you, not the story you wish you'd gotten. And I think it becomes much easier to do that once you set aside whatever hopes and dreams you had for like, this is how I think it's going to go, and then actually look at the journey that you went on. And I think that that is a journey the character in this movie goes on as well, with Glinda. So I just, you know, I'm happy for you that it is now living up to the promise in terms of the love you have for it on multiple viewings, because I hope I will get there. For me, I definitely loved my second viewing of the first Wicked more than the first. And I do look forward to revisiting this one. But even like, say, listening to the soundtrack, you know, and getting through certain, you know, moments, particularly the title track, I'm just like, yeah, this movie still delivers.
Yeah, for me, it's funny because I know this was a big discourse when the first movie came out, that for some people, Defying Gravity didn't actually hit the same highs that it did in the stage play, because since it was operating as the climax of the movie, they had to interject some sort of interludes into the song, which in my opinion, I would not lose any of them, because I think that it, you know, it does exactly what it's supposed to do in terms of bringing the characters to like an emotional close for that movie. And my appreciation of what they did with that song has only grown. Like every time I watch the film, I'm like, now it actually feels a little weird to hear the stage musical version without or even the soundtrack version for the movie, which cuts out those in between moments. I'm like, you're skipping over some of the best parts. But I think what that does is I think it, not that it takes away from it, because I actually like, I think it's perfectly perfect, but I do think Defying Gravity for the movie and for the show are kind of two different things. They operate on some different levels, and the stage version without a doubt has this sort of momentum that just builds to like just an insane, I'm sorry for the use of the word climax, but like and so it can feel hard to sort of come back from that. But I think the fact that for one thing, that's the like climax of the, you know, it's the end of a film in this adaptation, and so you got this whole other second film that is sort of building up. And for me, something that I actually would have thought impossible, I actually think that the musical climax of this film for good is even more emotional than the end of film one, because it's just, when you look at everything these characters have gone through and how much they've grown, and it's a song where they just get to completely express their love for each other and how much they mean to each other, and the impact that they've had on each other's lives. And And I just love what John Chu and the cinematographer did with the camera work. Apparently, originally for the end of the song, they were going to do like this sort of wider, shot, like a very cinematic musical thing, but they realized it just wasn't working. So instead, they changed it to having a camera circle around the Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande, keeping in close. And it was a brilliant decision because you want to stay close to the characters while they're expressing all this. And then it caps it off by with the closet scene, which there's a lot to read into that. By the way,
this movie from the very first trailer leaned hard into the Gelfie vibes. If there are Gelfie shippers out there, I imagine they're feeling well fed.
Well, and Ariana even made a joke about it in an interview. She's like, I didn't want to, and when that scene was over, I didn't want to, come out of the closet, and Glinda never comes out of the closet. So, but that scene, just with the two of them on opposite sides of the door and what they did. I like, even on my first viewing where I had like some quibbles here and there with the movie, when I saw that, I was like, oh, come on. This is God tier filmmaking here. And like, and the performances, just like, I was a bubbling mess at the end of this movie. And yeah, so for me, For Good is like, it doesn't get any better than that as far as the songs go in this adaptation. I think it's the most, like, just because of all the build up to it and the way that For Good sort of takes over the soundscape from that point until the end of the film. It's like, it's actually very unusual to have something that, like, if you're going to have a piece of music that sort of takes over the soundtrack for the end of the film, typically it's something that's established earlier on and sort of continues throughout the film. But this is something that really, I mean, maybe there's hints beforehand. I'd have to listen really close to the score to see if there are, but for the most part, it really just, For Good starts when they sing the song, and then it dominates the score for the remainder of the film, and right up until the very end. And the fact that, that's putting a lot of pressure on a piece of music, and there's a reason why it's one of the most beloved songs in Wicked, and it's a powerhouse. And I read something where somebody said that, Wicked For Good didn't have any showstoppers. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that take respectfully is bunk, because For Good, we're gushing about that right now, but like, Cynthia Erivo freaking bodies No Good Deed, man. Like, that is like I will agree that, for Defying Gravity being the musical signature song and sequence, like, I do think it probably is still the most thrilling musical number in the entire two-film saga, because it is like what they refer to as like a power ballad. It is the moment when Elphaba decides, I will not, submit. I will not take this lying down. I will fight. And it's her, like, her coming into her own and her, affirming her power. And that's why it's so thrilling, when she dives off the tower and then rises up again, having started to fly. And you're just like, fuck yes. But I do think that For Good is the signature emotional, climax of the entire, two-film saga. Like, and for me, I think it's probably actually the best vocal performances from both actresses throughout the entire saga, because Like, and I just also think that the song is like absolutely beautifully written in terms of its lyrics. Like I was going back and looking forward to the earlier, and just like some of the like the imagery of like when Glinda is singing, like a comet pulled from orbit as it passes a sun, like a stream that meets a boulder halfway through the wood. Who can say if I've been changed for the better? But because I knew you, I have been changed for good. That's just like poetry. It's like, it's beautiful lyricism, and like, and Elphaba's part is equally beautiful. And it, because they're singing it in a softer, more emotional, way, it's like, it's not going to be as visually dynamic of a sequence as Elphaba literally rising into the sky with the rising sun behind her in her literal superhero moment. But this is what the entire movie has been building to, both movies, and it definitely got me in terms of like actually drawing like the tears even more than Defying Gravity did.
I think, yeah, and I think I'm just going to say it, for a lot of the quote unquote normal audience, a lot of like people who don't live and breathe musicals tend to not like things that are basically just characters standing there and singing. Like it somehow has to be disguised somewhat. So there should be a lot of big visual stuff going on for them to buy into it. I'm like, no. I'm totally here for, and to be clear, it's not like it's a static shot. The camera is doing all kinds of beautiful things, as I mentioned about, at the end of the song, the camera revolving around them, and then stuff like that. It's just, and then you've got crane shots, and like, it's beautiful cinematography. But at the end of the day, it is two characters standing there, belting and and pouring out their hearts to one another. And I get that for a lot of viewers who maybe they're not super musical people, but they'll make exceptions for certain things. Like maybe that's just not as compelling to them, but for me it's everything. I never have any difficulty with sort of like the reality of things. Like if you're watching a musical, you're watching a fantasy, like anything else. And so, we both know somebody who I won't mention by name who definitely has issues with that, and I'm constantly trolling him about it. But I am absolutely, I should have been in musical theater as a kid. I'm sure my singing voice is awful, but I love musicals so much that like they could have found something for me to do. But I should have been part of, had the courage to be part of that world, because I just love it so much. And maybe I would have discovered some things about myself earlier on if I had been. I was probably just too scared. But yeah. And also, like, I want to take that and sort of extend it out to the rest of the movie. Like, this is a full-on musical movie. This is not, like, doing any favors for the people who, like, who don't like musicals. It's like, you're either on board for this ride or you're not. And that's what I love so much about it. And, yeah. It's just, and circling back, when you mentioned about that you were kind of, bummed on my behalf for my sort of initial, slightly more lukewarm reaction. I want to be clear, like that never extended to Ariana Grande's performance as Glinda. Like I was riding high off of that. Even on my first viewing, that like I was like, she better win the Oscar for this. And and that's only grown like the on my second and third viewings. I'm like, yeah, I will throw something at my TV if it doesn't happen.
I mean, I think that this, if it doesn't, if she doesn't win, it's solely a function of this movie perhaps not being quite as strong with the Oscars as the first one proved to be, to the tune of 10 nominations, because on a merit basis, I think that Ariana Grande is absolutely the best performance I've seen by a female supporting actress this year. And this is also the type of role that the Academy absolutely loves to reward in this category. Yeah. They love to give Best Supporting Actress to the show-stopping, young ingenue in a musical. They've done it multiple times over the course of the past 25 years. I think I had even given out like a list of, like Catherine Zeta-Jones in Chicago, Jennifer Hudson in Dreamgirls, Anne Hathaway in Les Miserables, Ariana DeBose in West Side Story, Zoe Saldana for the movie that shall not be named last year. Ariana Grande's performance is better than all of those, in my opinion.
Yeah, if they freaking gave, and I love Zoe Saldana, but if they held their nose to give it to her for that film, then it should be absolutely no problem to give it to Ariana Grande for Wicked for Good, regardless of how they feel about it. And for the record, they better damn well feel a whole lot better about Wicked for Good than that pile of shit that we won't mention by name.
Yeah.
Because this is like, for one thing, this isn't offensive like that movie is. And actually, I do think, now that I've gotten my third viewing in, I absolutely adore the film. But I will talk about some of the things that, were minor issues for me initially, but now, are basically non-issues for me now. And yeah, it's just... there is nothing that should hold them back from giving her the Oscar, honestly. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm now convinced that they should shower this film with as many nominations as they gave to the first one. I know that I actually question, because everybody that I have talked to in my regular life who has gone ahead and watched the film has just instantly the movie comes up and I hear, oh my God, wasn't it so good? And so there's the critical appraisal of the film that it wasn't up to, that was more mixed than the first film, but I don't think that's actually translating to the wide audience. And we have to learn time and time again that critics and the Academy are two very different things. There was this time where it seemed like the Academy was sort of, the belief was that they were following what the critics did. And then at a certain point, they just, that hypothesis fell to the wayside and the Academy started doing whatever the hell they wanted to do. And so I question, it could be that the response amongst the Academy is not as rapturous and maybe they won't receive as many nominations, but I foresee a situation that's just as easy where it does just as well. And so if it gets a high number of nominations, then I'll be fully confident that Ariana has it in the bag. And even if it doesn't, I still think she's got a really good shot. And I hope it comes to fruition because it's just she has made Glinda the Good one of my favorite characters in all of cinema.
Yeah.
And so you're not gonna award her for doing such a freaking amazing job. Oh God, and we can talk about what happened this week with the Critics' Choice Awards, but I'm also gonna bitch if Cynthia Erivo doesn't get a nomination, which I don't think is gonna happen. But I don't think she'll get snubbed at the actual Oscars. But the fact that any of these awards bodies would, like, not only is it just like a bad move on their part, but like it doesn't come off that well either for a whole host of reasons. So it's like, yeah.
No,
that was an oversight that I was like, are you kidding me? But and yet at the same time, I'm happy that they did nominate it for Best Picture, which bodes well for the film movie. Especially that was the Critics' Choice Awards, which, and the critics have been sort of the most harsh on this movie out of anybody. So I feel like if that body went for the movie, then I think it'll follow that the film will do well with the Academy.
Yeah, no, I mean, and the Critics' Choice are a little bit more of a populist group than some of the highbrow, like, specialty critic circles. Like, I was never expecting like the New York or LA film critics or like the Oscar to go for something like this. And, the critics and Oscar pundits like to believe that they dictate the race. They're like set out the contenders, like these are the movies that should be in the race, and if the Academy doesn't go for it, they're dumb. And it's like the Academy will listen to them up to a point, but every so often they just like what they like, and they are going to go for a movie that makes them feel things over something that somebody thinks like is more technically proficient. Like I remember this with the Coda Power of the Dog year, where they're like, no, we're not going to give it to Power of the Dog. We're going to give it to the movie that makes us feel things. And I agreed with that decision. Before we go,
real quick, I'll just comment on a couple of these things, Hunter. I'm gonna wait to see what the other groups do. I'm hoping it was a close vote thing and it was an oversight. And sometimes when these other groups get wind that like one of these early groups snubbed somebody, they'll course correct by voting more for the person that they definitely want to get in. I just don't, at this point, I don't see the other bodies snubbing her. I think we'll sort of see a little bit of a Ben Affleck effect where that was different because he wasn't nominated for Best Director at the Oscars after being nominated everywhere else and winning at other groups. And what happened there is then Argo became the movie that couldn't lose, because they were like, oh, you didn't nominate, the director's branch didn't nominate him. Well, we're gonna course correct by nothing else has a chance to win Best Picture. And we won't get into that because I have my own thoughts on that. But I do think there is a chance for like a little bit of course correction here. And I don't believe for a second that like she won't get in at the Golden Globes, because for one thing, there's split categories. So there's more slots. Like she's absolutely going to get in there. BAFTA and SAG, those are going to be the ones to look out for to whether they snub her or not. I really, really hope they don't. Because again, one, it'd be bullshit. And two, like, those are very bad optics. Like, I mean, how do you not call out racism at that point? With it's freaking, she's just as magnificent in this film as she is in the first one, and she plays fucking Elphaba. No matter how much we talk about this movie being Ariana's movie, she's fucking Elphaba. Wicked is her story, primarily her story. And so, I will be ranting about that if that happens again at any of the other groups, because that would be awful. And then I wanted to, have you seen the stage show Wicked? I've gotten to see it once in London back in 2010, which was one of my greatest experiences in my entire life. To actually see it on the proper London stage, like at the home, like at the West End home of Wicked. Like it was the theater where the musical resides. in London, and it was just like, it was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It was incredible. And as far as the decision to split it into 2 movies, there, to my mind, there's no way they could have done it differently. I know a lot of people say, well, did they stretch things out too much? Was there really enough material in the second half of the musical for a whole film? And my opinion is yes, and I think they expanded where they needed to. Here's the thing. They had to make Wicked into a movie, or in this case, 2 movies. The stage musical is not a movie. It moves very briskly from set piece to set piece. That would not work as a film. I love the stage musical. It's wonderful. But there is a difference between a stage show and a movie. And you need more in movies. You need to let the characters breathe. You need a natural flow that just, if you just film the stage musical as is, it would be a stage musical on film, which is not the same thing as a movie. So I completely disagree with the premise that this could have been made in one film. And the tonal difference between the 2 halves, in my opinion, like, bears that out. I actually no matter what quibbles people might have with the second film, and I know there are people that do, and I was one of them initially who, like, my quibbles were a bit more pronounced on my first viewing. But look at part one. Part 1 was pretty much universally loved. And think of the things you would have had to cut out from that film if it had all been done in one film. I just think it would have been a major mistake to try and cram the whole story into one film. And I think that's I think if there are any issues with the second film, they actually originate probably with the musical itself, rather than anything the film did to expand on things. I actually think that they did a good job of fleshing out things that needed to be fleshed out, because the second half of the stage musical moves really fast. And I think you needed to allow the story to breathe more. And even so, I think For Good actually moves really quickly. I know some people have complained about the pacing, but for me, actually, the pacing is pretty quick, even with added material. So yeah, no, it had, in my opinion, had to be 2 movies. I think they absolutely made the right choice. Yeah, anybody's free to disagree with me, but that's my position.
Yeah, and I agree with that, because especially given the tonal differences between the movies, I think that they benefited from being able to kind of stand apart. To answer Hunter's question from my end, I have not actually been to a theater to see a production of Wicked. I have watched a perhaps less than honorably obtained filmed cut of it on YouTube. It's just, but
Jared.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I've maybe been to, I've never lived in New York. I've been to maybe 1 Broadway show in my entire life. It's just not something I've really done, but I am familiar with the musical, because I wanted to have that context, especially for these movies. So no regrets there. I also do just want to shout out Hunter, because I remember that they were in the chat for our discussion of the first part of Wicked last year.
That's so great.
Yeah. So I'm welcome back. We're very glad you're here.
Yeah, that means a lot. Because I just assume that people would forget about our channel over over the year, but no, that means a lot. Thank you. And also, I think Golden Globes are a lock, and BAFTA and SAG are the ones we have to watch out for. And I agree. Hopefully she just missed at Critics' Choice by oversight, and they'll and the other groups will fix that.
I have high hopes. I will acknowledge that like I am slightly more nervous for her because like I think there is no chance that even if she doesn't end up winning, which I think she should, I think there is zero chance Ariana Grande misses the Oscar nomination. I do think there is a small chance for Cynthia Erivo solely because this year for this movie, I don't know if she's win competitive in the Best Actress category. And that has nothing to do with her performance, which is every bit as great. I think it's just, it's the second film. It's, they might feel there's a been there, done that. And there's also a performance or two in the Best Actress category this year that I frankly think is unbeatable. But this, I would have, as much as I loved Mikey Madison and Nora last year, I probably would have given Cynthia Erivo the Oscar for the first half of Wicked last year. And it's just the fact that like, even though everything that she does in the movie is great, I do think that Glinda gets the more emotionally, memorable arc, which is why I think it's ultimately more her movie and why I think she would have a better chance to win for this movie. But if Cynthia Erivo doesn't even get nominated, I'm going to be pissed because there would be a criminally bad oversight.
Yeah. And I'm not sure I feel like beyond the fact that I just think it would be unjust, I also like there's just so much about that feels wrong. Like that's, oh, you're going to nominate the white actress from the movie, but not the black actress who actually is the star of the overall story. I think that is absolutely a case where like people would be doing the hashtag Oscar so white, and I'd actually be completely on board with that in agreement. Sometimes I think it can be overblown because sometimes the Academy is just voting for the performances that it loves, but in this case, I'm like, no, that like that's like, how can you ignore that? So like, I hope it doesn't happen. I really don't. Yeah. And seriously, Hunter, you're so nice. Thank you.
And thank you. I actually wore this Batman shirt in our Wicked discussion last year too, because it was like the whole idea of certain Batman villains could be construed as misunderstood, like Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy and Two-Face, not so much the Joker. But I knew Gwen would be rocking his Glinda shirt again, so I was basically let's just run it back from the vibe last year, and you're part of that because we're very happy to have you here.
Yeah, and also I got this pin last night at a Christmas party. I went to somebody got me. It's small, so you might not be able to see, but it's Elphaba and Glinda in front of the Emerald City. So, they know me. They know what I like. Okay. Anyway, so so I feel like we've talked a good amount about the Oscar buzz around the movie. Let's definitely dive into and I don't necessarily want to run through the whole movie like in sequential order, but because we sort of jumped to the end talking about For Good, and I guess one of the things that just following on, because we're going to talk about the music a lot, obviously, but I just want to really obviously Stephen Schwartz, genius, wrote all the music and it's just so great. But I really, again, this year want to just give a huge round of applause to John Powell for his work on the score, especially on this viewing, because I had a chance to listen to the score because it was released on Friday. I haven't gotten the CD yet, but I was able to listen to it on Apple Music. And some of the stuff he does, the score is just so freaking amazing. I noticed subtleties like in the early scenes with with Bach and
Nessa Rose.
Nessa Rose, just like, light hinting of the Wicked Witch of the East music, but softly and delicately, before things start to get too heavy in that story. The chorus of "No One Mourns the Wicked" when Dorothy comes in with the water bucket at the end of the film, and everything like slows down and light. It's just that, like, the combined musical talents of John Powell and Stephen Schwartz are like just. I used this phrase already once this stream, but I'll use it again. God tier. It just like, it's so absolutely amazing, and the way that it's so seamless, where you don't even really notice, that it's the work of two different composers as it goes from like the songs to the score. It's just, I think that it was just such a wonderfully masterful, job, and the fact that John Powell didn't come in and try and say like, I'm just going to do my own thing and the songs will be different. Like, he leans so heavily into the existing material and just makes it all just fit together so beautifully. And yeah, I just, and I actually think I saw something where actually the score hasn't been disqualified this year. I still don't actually think it'll get nominated because, for one, I think most voters will assume it's disqualified because the first one was, and also it depends on like how much the Academy goes for the movie, or if they kind of fall more in line with critics in terms of being more lukewarm towards this one. But I'd love to see it because I really do think that the score should be awarded with a nomination at least. Because I just think it's so, pardon my language, so fucking beautiful.
Yeah, no, and we had talked about this last year. There's a tendency with movie musicals to think about the music of the movie as the songs and not the score, when the score is still an essential component to it. And I think that John Powell's work in this movie is, it's not going to get the headlines, but it is essential to, the emotional current that carries through the film, especially with the way it reprises certain refrains at key emotional moments. Which, again, I was surprised it was disqualified, because look what happened with Dune Part 2 last year. I thought we were doing the same thing. And I do think that this is one of those nominations that will not repeat at the Oscars, but I do think that we'll probably have an opportunity to get a makeup nomination, because unlike the first movie, this movie has 2 original songs. And I feel very confident that at least one of those will get in. Probably the girl in the bubble, because I think that song, I think, is great. I actually would not be averse if they pulled what they've sometimes done with with songs created for movie musicals and actually worked it back into certain productions of the stage show, because I think it does wonders for Glinda's character. The Elphaba song "No Place Like Home" I think is very good as well, but "The Girl in the Bubble" is the standout new song of the movie for me.
Yeah, we talked about this like off air, like last week, maybe, I think it was, where I don't dislike "No Place Like Home," but it's not one of the better songs. However, "Girl in the Bubble" for me is just one of the like standout moments of the movie. I think it's an amazing song, and I think the way Ariana performs it is just heartbreaking. I am definitely cheering it on for a nomination at the Oscars. I don't think it'll win. I think that the song category is going to come down to either the song from Sinners or Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters.
Yeah.
And of those two, I'm as much as I love Sinners, I'm hoping for Golden. but but Girl in the Bubble better at least get a nomination, because I think it's absolutely astonishing, and Ariana just makes me sob like a baby in that scene. And yeah, and it's just like, it's a key component of what they did with this movie, which was really delving into Glinda more, and because the film really, I do agree with the sentiment that this is, as much as the first film was Elphaba's movie, I think this one is Glinda's movie. And I love the little touch that with the end credits, they actually switched the position of their names, so that for the first film, Cynthia's name comes first, and then for this one, Ariana's does, sort of, not only the fact that because this movie, leans so much on her, but also it's recognition that they are both their co-leads, and one doesn't really come before the other. And I just thought that was beautiful. But yeah, I fucking love Girl in the Bubble. And I'm not here for anybody saying anything negative about it, because I think it's one of the standout moments in the entire film.
No, I mean, I think I had mentioned during our last year's discussion that I was actually, pleasantly surprised that they hadn't gone and added an original song to the first movie just for the sake of doing it. I knew that they were going to add original songs to the second half, but this was a case where I was like, when I saw the songs playing in context and what they were, doing, I absolutely think that Girl in the Bubble earns its place. That's why I said, like, go ahead and add it back into the stage musical. I think it would strengthen it. No Place Like Home, again, Cynthia Erivo performs it beautifully, but it is part of a section of the movie where I thought that, like, it felt a little bit more like that, like, we're adding this in to, give more context to Elphaba and why she's doing what she's doing, but also this is a section of the movie that I can very clearly remember is not in the stage musical, and it kind of feels like, whereas the Girl in the Bubble feels seamless.
Well, it feels absolutely essential, and and in a way that No Place Like Home doesn't quite, even though I think it's incredibly important for Elphaba's character arc in the film. And that ultimately is why I would rather have it in than out, because I think it has a lot to do with her sort of expressing why she's doing any of this, and sort of her her will to go on with this fight, and also the fact that at the end of the song it doesn't work and the animals end up leaving. Thanks, Cowardly Lion.
He's a little narc, isn't he?
Yeah. And that sets the stage for why she goes to see her sister. Because as she says, she's tried to keep her out of all this, but at that point she feels like she's running out of options. And so she has to do something that she didn't necessarily want to do. And so I think that the song is very important. And plus it sets up, like, the end of the film, that she will be leaving home, sacrificing that for the sake of everybody that she's fighting for. And so I do think, character-wise, the song is incredibly important. I just wish I liked the song more. And again, I don't think it's a bad song or anything. I just don't think it's up to the standard that the rest of the music is. Yeah. I love Coleman Domingo, so I'm like, great to hear his voice there. Yeah.
You know what? I'm happy Coleman Domingo got a paycheck for this movie, but, like, he's a phenomenal actor, and The Cowardly Lion will not be listed as one of his most memorable.
Yes, but what if we get spin-offs, Jared? Spin-offs. He may get to do a lot more with the character in the future. You don't know. Yeah. Oh God. It's just. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have words, because it's just so fucking beautiful. and especially me being again, going back to me being the Glinda, you know, stan that I am, you know,
Yeah.
I just like she doesn't have any shortages of like moments to shine in this movie, but like, but this was a really special one, which again is why like, even if I'm sort of lukewarm about No Place Like Home, I think Girl in the Bubble more than justified adding songs to the film.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it's, and you know, and if they're gonna put the songs into like versions of the stage musical at some point, like an expanded version, I'm totally on board with that, just for Girl in the Bubble alone, because I'm actually really kind of bummed that when I go see the stage play with my family later this month, that's not going to be in it. I'm going to feel like something's missing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean,
So
and obviously, like, it's the, Ariana Grande's performance, but it's also just, the best songs actually are also telling the story, and the lyrics that Stephen Schwartz created when he did with that, and so that beautiful girl with the beautiful life has a question that haunts her somehow. If she comes down from the sky, gives the real world a try, who in the world is she now? It's again like poetry, man. This is like,
by the way, can we just mention that Glinda finally has her private suite, but she's not happy.
No, she's not. And it also, like, it just, this is a lighter touch, but just like the idea of the girl in the bubble pairing with one of the more happier and joyful moments of the movie, Glinda's absolute like delight, and when she gets the bubble carriage from Madame Morrible, and just
okay, let's talk about, well, first of all, let's talk about the opening of it, because we have the opening of the film with Elphaba kicking ass, and she does a great job while doing it, and then it transitions to Glinda with this wonderful reprise of lots of her music from the first film, which like everybody talks about the new songs, but a lot of that material in that opening number is new, like in terms of those reprisals of like themes and songs from the first film are actually not a part of the opening of the second act of the stage play. And so we get like reprisals of what is this feeling, when we first see Glinda with all of her supporters behind her, and like the dancing and all that, and it's so Glinda, you are still the best. And only you disproved the theory that you can't improve perfection. And it's like, it's so good. And, it gives a chance for us to revisit Fanny and Bronwyn.
Which, I will own up to the fact that I was not a fan of those two performances in the first movie. I understood what they were doing as kind of the campy individuals. I am glad that their roles were smaller in this movie, but I actually also thought that they were used better. Particularly their Madame Morrible's disgust with them. it did make me laugh, because I was pretty, she clearly has no patience for Glinda's entourage.
Okay, Hunter, you asked this before, and I meant to get back to it. It's been a while since I've seen the stage play. Been 15 years, actually. So like, I'll be able to better judge that when I go see it again. I thought it was done really well here, except for one thing, and it's my one remaining quibble about the movie, is that I think that it's about the worst de-aging I've ever seen when they show young Jeff Goldblum in this flashback. I wish they had taken some more time to work on that. But that's okay. We always say, like, the movies we love, they get one thing to be weak on, and for me, that's the one thing where I'm like, ugh. But that's okay. It's like we've loved movies with not so great de-aging before. Like if we can deal with the very end of Rogue One, then I can deal with this. But yeah, it wasn't my favorite. But I think everything else about the reveal is great. I love Jeff Goldblum's acting in that moment. Aside from the de-aging thing, I just like, and I love his performance overall in this film. He's just so great. We'll talk a bit more about him when we get to, especially when we talk about Wonderful, which is great. But it was really interesting because I think that this film really sort of showed us who's running the show, and it ain't the wizard. and it seems like he just has to sort of go along with doing a lot of stuff that maybe he doesn't necessarily want to do, but he'll do it to maintain his position. But then once he realizes in that moment what he's actually done, and unknowingly to his own daughter, I think it just leaves him utterly shell-shocked. And I think Jeff Goldblum did a magnificent job of that. And I love how, like, Glinda, now backed up by the power of the monkeys, is like, tells him this is what you're going to do, and he puts up zero resistance because he's I think he's so ashamed at that point, and he recognizes that now she's got the power. So I just love when he's like, what do I tell the people? And she's like, make something up. It's what you're good at, it's such a great moment. But I think he just looked utterly destroyed in that moment, and it's a really good performance. And I loved him in the first film, but he took it to another level in this movie because I thought he was great.
Yeah, and Hunter in the chat is saying apparently Steve Martin and Bryan Cranston both auditioned for the Wizard, and that's fascinating. I didn't know that. For me, Jeff Goldblum has become so synonymous with the character. I actually have a hard time seeing those other two actors in the role, although I'm sure they would have done a great job with it. In fact, I think I can definitely see Bryan Cranston maybe giving it a darker edge.
See. And I'm picturing Steve Martin doing it, and I'm like, yeah, that would have been a really fun version too.
It would have. But Jeff Goldblum's always fun. But he also really does. One of the reasons why that reveal was so effective for me in the movie, even though I knew it was coming, I knew the story, and and if you go back and watch the first one, even though they don't show his face, you're like, that's Jeff Goldblum. As you dancing with Elphaba's mom, but as you mentioned, that moment when he learns that Elphaba was his daughter, and he had that moment earlier in the movie where he said, "We could be a family. I've never had a family, which is why I've tried to give the citizens of Oz everything." For him to see, the classic moment of realizing you could have had this all along if you had just been less focused on Howell. And I think that Jeff Goldblum interjects a wonderful, humanity and grief and, a sense of real loss into that moment that makes the wizard, a sympathetic figure in that moment, even though he has been doing terrible things. With the assistance of Madame Morrible, who, as Michelle Yeoh noted in the press interview quite accurately, she is the real Wicked Witch of the movie.
Oh, really? By the way, did you know that if you flip MM upside down, Wicked Witch? Did you know this, Jared? Because if you didn't, Michelle Yeoh will let you know.
She will, and again, Michelle Yeoh is a legend, and she is welcome to say whatever she wants on the press tour, even if it's perhaps like thank you for that. um, yeah,
Yeah, no, it's yeah, I love poking fun, but like, yeah, people have been having fun with that on the internet, so I just thought I'd mention it.
yeah.
But
And as Hunter is asking in our chat, what are your thoughts on "As Long as Your Mind"? My thoughts are, it's hot. It's a hot
yeah,
sequence in the movie,
let me just
and
say,
beautifully sung. Yeah.
like, um, even though I've been on a journey with my sexuality, for a while now, but I'm still not like I don't go for men.
Hmm.
I'm still not like I'm very much like I'm still attracted primarily to femininity, but I get it. Jonathan Bailey is like the walking, talking embodiment of charisma.
Yeah. He won People's Sexiest Man Alive for a
Yeah,
reason, and like I'm aligned with you. I am definitely attracted to women, and so it's like not for me on that front. But it's also like you also have a certain level of objective appreciation, and it's like these are two absolutely beautiful people, even if one of them had their skin painted green. And I went and in particular at the end of that sequence when Elphaba has the little giggle of like, for the first time, I feel wicked, and I'm like, and then it's like, yeah, girl, yeah, you do.
no, there is just something that Jonathan Bailey does with his eyes that like he just looks at you a certain way, and it's like, yeah, that's like it's easy to see why they're all in love with you. But no, I love it. I love everything from like the slow build of the sequence, you know, just when it's like when they first walk in to Elphaba's little abode, and they start like very slowly taking off articles of clothing. It's like, yeah, you all know what's what's going on. There's we're gonna slowly build up to it, but this is this is why you're both here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the whole sequence is, aside from obviously the song is just absolutely gorgeous, but it's a sexy sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Um and yeah, they're both so incredible, and I love that they go floating up in the air. Like it's like for me, like that's one of the that's a magical like movie trope that I love, the elevation of the two lovers. We actually got it in Superman
Mm-hmm.
early this year. I love that kind of shit. It's so great. Um, and then they lower back down onto the bed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just, yeah, it's there's so many standout sequences in this movie, but that's a really good one.
Yeah, and it's just like it's a beautifully performed duet that how kind of pays off the kind of the beautiful like understated current of what was shown and established in the first movie, the idea of that Fiyero might actually like he's the one who actually sees Elphaba for who she is, even though she thinks that he's a shallow playboy at the beginning, which he kind of is, but he also is the one who never, for instance, judges her on the color of her skin. And their connection authentically builds in that moment where they rescue the cowardly lion together, although the cowardly lion is not appreciative apparently. And we get Cynthia Erivo singing "I'm Not That Girl" because she believes in the Fiyero loves Glinda, but in this sequence, like, when the moment when Fiyero actually chooses Elphaba, and there was the beautiful moment that was in the trailer where she says, "For a moment there, I thought you'd change," and he just kind of looks at her and says, "I have changed," implying, you have changed me for good. Glinda is not the only one, and yeah, so this is. It's a beautiful love story that also, and I'm sure we'll circle back to this, comes with an element of, heartbreak, because it is a love triangle. And my God, the way that Ariana Grande plays Glinda's devastation when Fiyero chooses Elphaba, like, that was one of the moments that really sold me on what a phenomenal performance she was delivering.
Yeah, I don't think I have a picture of that moment, but after they leave together and the camera just stays on Ariana,
yeah,
while the wizard and Madame Morrible are like steaming in the background, and just this slow, like, Glinda going through her grief and then having her own Wicked Witch moment where she just very slowly comes to the moment where she says, her sister, use her sister. And it's like, oh no, girl, don't do that. And she'll come to regret it. Even though what happens is not at all what she intends. But I think it's one of the most, like, I would say it's one of her best moments, but she's just filled with incredible moments throughout the movie. But it's so utterly heartbreaking, and you see that darkness in her for a moment, and yeah, and I just love that the camera stays on her for the entirety of that moment. Like, that's the thing. There's so much a tendency in filmmaking with even good directors to sort of cut back and forth between different characters, but you have to know when to stay on somebody, even if there's other stuff going on in the scene. Yeah. And so I love that they stay on Glinda in that moment.
Yeah, and like, through Glinda's relationship with Fiyero throughout this movie is, obviously it's bittersweet, because we know that Fiyero is more in love with Elphaba, and Glinda, I think, deep down knows that too. But she does still, have that real feelings for him. And in the moment when he, and it is part of her, like, the dream life that she has imagined for herself that would include, marrying the handsome prince. And, I like, another moment that I really loved of Ariana's performance is the moment when, after they announce their surprise engagement, that is a surprise to Fiyero too, and then they're having their little commiseration behind the dais, and he just kind of smiles at her, like, fondly, and he says, "And if it makes you happy, of course I'll marry you." And then you just almost see her falter of, like, "But also, wouldn't you want to marry me because you love me, right?"
She says, yeah. It'll make you happy too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Says, me, I'm always happy.
Yeah, and she gets, and like, it's a moment again where her bubble is starting to waver, it's starting to get punctured. But it's easy to still get swept up on it, because I will say this about Jon M. Chu's direction, which is great throughout this movie. That man can direct a wedding sequence better than almost anyone I think I've ever seen, because I definitely got Crazy Rich Asians with a wedding scene vibe from Glinda's, attempted wedding to Fiyero, but that is one of the most beautiful wedding scenes ever committed to film, and this one is right up there as well. It just has a different ending.
Just real quick, I want to let you know we're going to come back to this in a few minutes, Hunter, because I want to say some more stuff about Glinda and Fiyero, but we are going to touch on Ethan Slater's work in this film, because I think there's a lot to say about it. But that sequence, like, and this is why, like, Jonathan Bailey, so as much as, like, he can do, like, the romantic lead stuff really great, I love his comedy too, where when Madame Morrible says, how does it feel? And he goes on about, the fact that he's, hunting Elphaba. And he says, I forget what his exact wording is. Frustrating, actually.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, being engaged. And he's like, we're engaged. and then Glinda's like, yes, surprise, dear. And he goes, yes.
She's like, good, we hoped you'd be.
The wizard and I.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so like he handles it like a champ, but that's so great. Yeah, there's a there's a scene in the movie That Thing You Do. I don't know if you've ever seen it, where a character in that film, like, apparently a rumor spreads that he and Liv Tyler's character are engaged, and it gets announced like live on the air as they're performing, and he's not happy, and he's handles it in a really shitty way. And the contrast between that and this moment where Fiyero is just, he'll go along with it. Like, but it's also a sort of sad statement about him, his life, and the fact that he's just sort of expected to take on whatever is presented to him. He's probably gotten accustomed to that with the way he was raised in his family, and that he doesn't really have much choice, which is why it's such an important moment when he makes that decision to leave with Elphaba.
Yeah.
So, but I love his comic timing. He's just, he's so great. And there was something else I wanted to mention about. Oh yeah. Just going back to when, after he says, you know me, I'm always happy. And that just leaves Glinda so heartbroken.
Mm-hmm.
But she's got to keep smiling because that's what she's expected to do. And then we get her rendition of Couldn't Be Happier.
Yeah.
And which is just one of the tour de forces of this movie. Mm-hmm. Because for the vast majority of it, the camera just stays on Glinda. And it's Ariana just singing her heart out. And what Jon M does with the scene where she's moving in real time, but like all the confetti and stuff that's dropping, light slows down and is almost moving imperceptibly. And so it's like in that moment, like everything else is frozen still except for her and her heartbreak, which she is forced to put on a smile for. Mm-hmm. And it's just so goddamn beautiful. Mm-hmm. And just like when I watch it, I'm like just holding in my breath, just like my heart breaking for her, because it's like, because on the surface, she's not only is she sort of, singing for the benefit of like the crowd, but it's like she's also trying to convince herself that like this is everything I've ever wanted. I'm, not only is she marrying someone who she kind of views as the guy of her dreams, but also like what she's presenting to the people of Oz is that she's magical. She floats around in a bubble. Mm-hmm. And has a magic wand and is magical, but it's not true. And she knows it's not true. And she wants it so desperately to be true. Mm-hmm. And so she's in a situation that she doesn't want, where she's allowing these stories to circulate about her best friend who she knows isn't true. But she's in a situation where she, in a lot of respects, can't escape from, but also isn't sure that she wants to. As she says to Fiyero, is that so wrong? Who could resist this? To which Fiyero says, well, who could and is, and it's Elphaba. but this is a dream that she's wanted so much that even if it's a lie, she's going to try and convince herself that it's not.
Yeah.
Until eventually she just can't take it anymore when we get towards the end of the film. And then she breaks free from this fairy tale story that she's not only that is not only being told to all of Oz, but she keeps telling to herself.
Yeah.
And all of that is coming out in this song. And it's just, I'm just in absolute awe watching what Ariana does, and it's so beautifully filmed. And again, there's this tendency in movie musicals to like do a lot of stuff, cut to different shots and stuff, but the vast majority of that sequence is just the camera on Ari and letting her break all of our hearts, and it's just so stunning.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is why The Girl in the Bubble is like just, it's so effective, because it's not, it's thematically underscoring Glinda's entire arc, all the way back to, the fact that we even get a flashback of young Glinda, adorable, by the way, in this, and like getting the gift of a magic wand from her adoring parents and her adoring friends, and the fact that even in that perfect moment, there's something that's off, because she tries, what she really wants is to be able to cast a magic spell, and she can't do it, and but that doesn't ultimately, like, her family, and her friends are like a blessing for her, but she always wanted that something more. And it's, she ends up getting most of it through again, this kind of almost deal with the devil, through which Madame Morrible again gives her the fancy, bubble carriage that she's obsessulated with. Again, love that word. Word choice.
Can I interject just for a second here? Two things. One, yes, little Glinda, so adorable. The actress's name, Scarlett Spears. She did an absolutely phenomenal job, and I love that we get this, because in the first film, again, we got young Elphaba, and so this really helps frame the second film as Glinda's story. The fact that we go back into her childhood, and bad advice, mommy. Everybody loves you. That's all you're ever gonna need. That's right up there with Cersei Lannister parenting. Not quite, maybe not quite as bad, but and then the other thing about the scene with Madame Morrible and the bubble. Here's my favorite thing about this scene. Is the fact that Madame Morrible is going out of her way to describe it as anything other than a bubble. But here's the thing.
It says tap to bubble.
It says tap to bubble, which means that the wizard who designed it, he decided, yes, it's a bubble. And Madame Morrible was so like incensed by that she's trying to like circumvent that and just call it anything but a bubble, and and so no, so Glinda has the right of it. It was designed to be a bubble. Madame Morrible is just being the worst kind of sourpuss. She knows it's a bubble. She is just working overtime to have it be called anything but that.
I think I loved that sequence was, again, like getting a little bit more of like first movie Glinda, vintage Glinda, who just got to be all like bubbly and comedic gold in that sequence. And yes, I think that Hunter's right here. The first movie is about decision making, where the second movie is about the aftermath results of the choices that were made. And a lot of the choices that were made in the first movie are choices that have had unintended consequences. The idea of no good deed goes unpunished. And in Glinda's case, seeking to uphold the order and like actually like maybe, you know, in the process supposedly getting everything you wanted is perhaps not going to actually bear the fruit that you hoped it would. You know, the movie that, you know, in like when she is getting essentially her dream life, and you know she's talking about when she's singing couldn't be happier, but she has the line, where is it from the song, that she's like, that's why I couldn't be happier. No, I couldn't be happier, though it is, I admit, the tiniest bit unlike I anticipated. But I couldn't be happier, simply be happier. Well, not simply, because getting your dreams, it's strange, but it seems a little well complicated. There's a kind of sort of a cost. There's a couple of things that get lost. There are bridges you cross you didn't know you crossed until you've crossed. And for her, you know, a lot of those, you know, things are the fact that she is, you know, she's getting ostensibly everything she wanted, you know, her, you know, a beloved public figure, you know, her parents were not entirely wrong in the sense that like the currency of people who love you is like, it will get you far in life. But of course, her crux of it is that a lot of that, at least from what terms of what she gets from the wizard and Morrible, is based on lies, and that's what she has to reckon with. But she's not just purely a construct of the wizard and Madame Morrible. She's a woman who has her own hopes and her own dreams. And really, where the true heartbreak comes in, that Ariana plays so well, is when the actual kernel of what she really wanted for herself, which was to be loved, not only by the people, but by, you know, Fiyero, and it comes, you know, crashing down in that moment when when the animals literally crash through her beautiful wedding to Fiyero, and then Fiyero says, "I'm going with Elphaba," and even though it's very short, and I would have taken a longer sequence, one, you know, that reprise that Ariana sings of "I'm Not That Girl," when she all she says is, "Don't wish, don't start. Wishing only wounds the heart. There's a girl I know, he loves her so. I'm not that girl." But also, and like, it's heartbreaking because you know, she's recognizing that, yes, this man that I thought I was in love with, though he loves somebody else, and even if her feelings were perhaps not as like true love as she once thought, like, it's still a pretty devastating moment when that man like basically says, "I am choosing your best friend over you." And that, you know, when she says, "I'm not that girl," it's also a recognition that I'm not that girl that I was, the, you know, the young girl who thought that she was going to get everything that she wanted, you know, as a child, and which her parents kind of sheltered her. There was the beautiful moment in the first movie where she, you know, she's like almost lightheaded. She's like, "Something's wrong. I didn't get my way." But in this movie, it's like, something's wrong. I didn't get my way. And the cost of the consequences of that are very real world. And that is where the lyrics of "The Girl in the Bubble" again come back. The idea of you know, so that beautiful girl with a beautiful life has a question that haunts her somehow. She comes down from the sky, gives the real world a try. Who in the world is she now? And what's so beautiful about her journey is that after that moment, she makes the decision who she's going to be. And it's and she's the better for it.
Yeah, the way that for me is like when she, like, you know, she like takes off her crown and like puts on the riding gloves and the boots. That to me is like, I compare that to Aragorn suiting up for the Battle of Helm's Deep. That's how it made me feel.
It's not far off.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when she sings that reprise of "I'm Not That Girl," like, that was always one of my favorite bits of the stage musical, just the fact that carried over from Elphaba to Glinda, and it's just so beautiful. And yeah, it's short, but it's, you know, because it's a reprisal of a song from the first film. But it's just her acting is just, she's so heartbroken, and but also I think that's her also starting to accept it in that moment. Because the moment actually before that I mentioned before, where she actually has a dark moment where in the face of this, betrayal, she says her sister, spread a rumor that her sister's in danger. That is the Glinda that says, I'm upset because I didn't get my way. But I think that dissipates really quickly. And it begins with I'm not that girl. And then, yes, she's still like snippy towards Elphaba in their next scene together. But then once the consequences sort of get real, then she's like, no, leave Elphaba. And then especially that moment between her and Fiyero when he says, I'm so sorry, Glinda, and she says, can't you see he wasn't going to hurt me? It's just he loves her. And so she understands it. I think at that point she's no longer angry with him. She just, how can she be? Because he loves, yes, he loves her best friend, which can be taken in a very you can take that as a betrayal, but then there's another part where once you accept it, you can also be like, well, of course you do, because she's wonderful and I love her. So how can I be, sort of, yes, the walking out on our wedding things, but obviously you've been feeling these feelings and I'm not going to hold it against you any longer. Which just makes it so heartbreaking that following that moment, she comes to believe that he's dead.
Yeah.
And it's just, oh God, there's just so much heartbreak.
No, there is a lot. And I'm glad you mentioned that sequence that, where Elphaba and Glinda and Fiyero are kind of cornered by the wizard's guards. Like the moment when Fiyero, in a moment of pure desperation, actually turns his gun on Glinda, like that was shocking to me, like, because I didn't remember that part, and obviously, as I agree, like he was never going to do it, but like in that moment, like it doesn't feel that way. It feels like he sees her as a collaborator with the wizard.
It's all about giving Elphaba enough time to get away, or at least start to get far enough away before he lowers the gun, so that and then he's willing to be taken, so long as she's safe. So you have to take a desperate step to convince the guards that you're going to do this thing when he never has any intention of hurting.
Well, he doesn't, but he has to sell it, and he sells it very, very, very well. Like, to the point that she's, Glinda seems genuinely shocked, even though, again, she recognizes that he would never do it. He's doing it out of love for Elphaba. And that moment, when he apologizes, Glinda, I'm so sorry. He's not only just apologizing for what he just did, but for essentially having, broken her heart and led her on in that way. Like he's apologizing for all of it. And it's, it's devastating. And that moment again is like, I wouldn't say that Glinda ever like fully goes to the dark side in this movie, but there is that moment, not only after where she plants the idea for the wizard and Morrible to use Nessa Rose, but we also get the moment where she does confront in a scene, slightly rejiggered from the Wizard of Oz, where she confronts Elphaba out.
Well, can we actually hold off on talking about that?
We can. I was just going to, and maybe we can. But I was just going to call out one of the most beloved moments that it seems, which is the moment when Elphaba gives her Wicked Witch cackle and Glinda mocks it. Like, what was?
Where'd you get that? We're going to talk more about that. I want to shift over because Hunter once again asking about this, and I did want to get over to talking about this side of the story to yeah, Ethan Slater, I think I think he's great as Bach. I was freaking blown away by his work after Bach gets turned into the Tin Man. Because you want to talk about a tragic story in the middle of all this.
Yeah.
And and what happens to Bach is this is definitely a different version of the Tin Man than we're used to. But I think it goes along with sort of the, turning the story on its head. We're also used to the Wicked Witch being the cliche cackling evil witch, and this is a story in which we see that that's not quite the case. So I've always found it interesting that that the story also turns our heroes from the Wizard of Oz, like it turns that part of the story on its head, and the fact that the Tin Man is actually quite a frightening character, and all coming from this person who had so much heart. Didn't always make the best decisions, but his heart was usually in the right place, and he is robbed of that heart, and without a heart, he's just left with, a quest for revenge, because that's all he has left, and I don't think that's going to get solved by the wizard giving him a ticking clock heart. No. So it's this was when on my first viewing of the film, I did struggle with a little bit with this material with Bach and Nessa Rose early on. But in fairness, I want to say that is always a part of the stage musical that I think is a bit undercooked, because they're supporting characters and they're obviously not getting the sort of real estate that like Elphaba and Glinda and Fiyero are getting. And to the movie's credit, it does actually expand upon their material. We get a sequence before Elphaba's return, where it sort of establishes where those two characters are, and then like starts to establish that how petty Nessa Rose actually is, and that out of mere jealousy, she will turn on to or feeling dejected, she will turn into a full-on fascist. And it's definitely one of the darkest parts of the movie. And do I wish it had a little bit more time to sort of get fleshed out? Yes, but also again, as an adaptation of the stage musical, I feel like there's only so much they can do there, because they do have to keep the main story moving. And now that I've had the chance to see the movie 3 times, I actually think it's done really well. But a lot of it is like it's straight out of a horror movie. Just the fact that this girl who seems sweet in the first film, but also if you go back and watch, there are signs of her selfishness throughout the first film too. We're just not looking for them, and I want to be careful about what I say, because I'm not someone who's disabled. I have the full use of my legs, so I don't want to speak for anybody. I know that they like change certain elements so that like in the stage musical, like Elphaba, makes it so she can walk, and they didn't want to do that for the film, which was the correct choice. But what I was going to say was, I think what the first film does is it kind of uses our tendency to have sympathy for people who are disabled, which is not necessarily what people in that position want. They should be treated like everybody else. But I think if we're being honest, we do have a tendency to like have a certain amount of pity for people in those positions, and that's not necessarily what again what they want. I think though that the movie kind of and the musical by extension kind of uses that to disguise the fact that there are red flags with Nessa. And so we will have like sympathy for her because she's obviously like she experiences a certain amount of stigma. But also, if you watch closely, a lot of things she says, there's like a lot of the time it's she sort of has a me perspective on things. If something embarrassing happens with her sister, it's about how it inconveniences her. And like even when Elphaba is being totally embarrassed at the Ozdust, and she's like, I can't watch. And it like you can take that two ways, as sympathy for her sister, but also like she doesn't want to be exposed to it. It's too much for her to handle because she is someone who has both been like there's a stigma because of her an unfortunate stigma because of her disability, but also she's been incredibly spoiled by her father. And I think that we start to see the effects of that in film too. I think one of the most horrifying bits of her character is when Bach comes out as the Tin Man and she immediately throws Elphaba under the bus. It's like, I tried to stop her. She did this to you. Which is such bullshit. So I think Nessa Rose is a very dark character. She's not without, like, I understand her and I understand why she feels, and in fairness, like Bach does not handle things very well going back to the first film. He should have been much more honest with her about his feelings, but he didn't want to hurt her feelings. But I think that ended up, being much more damaging in the long run. Still, he doesn't deserve what happens to him for that. So yeah, it's really a very dark story on the sort of the complications of love and why communication in relationships is key. But I actually love it's a funny thing to say. I actually love when Bach's story turns into a horror because I actually think it's a really it's haunting. Especially when he comes out and he looks into the mirror and he goes, "What have you done to me?" It's so again, it's straight out of a horror movie. And it's not the Wizard of Oz. This is not the Tin Man we're familiar with. And so and I don't know if that's one of the things that maybe you've struggled with a bit, but but I kind of accept that it's a different a different version of the story. And where a lot of things that we thought we knew, we find out actually there's a different spin on it here. And which is the true version? Well, probably maybe a bit of both. But it's for me, it's the joy of seeing two different versions of a story where you get to put different spins on things. And I think that when Hunter mentions the March of the Wind Hunters, it's one of my favorite parts of the entire film. And I think that Ethan Slater's performance is out of this world in that sequence. and that final look between him and Glinda is so chilling. And I just think it's performed really well. Again, it's not one of the happier parts of the story, and I think it's intentionally very dark.
Mhm.
But yeah, so I'm interested. I kind of wish you had the chance to see the film again, because I know this
Yeah.
was one of the aspects of the movie that you struggled with a bit. But I would have been interested to see how you felt about it after a second viewing of the movie. But maybe but maybe it'll be even more rewarding if we can sort of have this out and do, like, again, I joked, our version of Force Center counseling,
Yeah.
and maybe you can carry that with you into viewing of the movie. But go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm interested to hear your take on it.
Yeah, so I am going to use the old technique of what we referred to as, the whole compliment sandwich, with a little
Yeah,
criticism mixed in the middle here, because I want to start off. Hunter mentioned, Ethan Slater and how blown away he was that he was in the makeup chair for 5 hours. Everything I'm about to say, none of it reflects on the fact that I think Ethan Slater's performance in this movie is outstanding. And I think the makeup work on him is next level. Like, I would never know that was all makeup if they hadn't made it clear. And if the only reason I think this movie is not going to win an Oscar for this, for this work, is that Jacob Elordi in Frankenstein spent 8 hours in the makeup chair for his makeup in that movie. So he will probably that will probably give it the edge. But and I actually think Ethan Slater does some of his strongest work also in the sequences before he's transformed into the Tin Man. Like, you met the scene where he goes to the train station and Nessa Rose has given the edict that Munchkins are not allowed to leave without the permission of their governor, aka her, and just the betrayal and shock that he feels.
yeah,
Like, it's a beautiful moment of performance and a horrifying, moment that speaks to what Nessa Rose, like in that sequence that she sings about, the Wicked Witch of the East. She talks about, she has the line, "Save him, please, just save him, my poor Bach, my sweet, my brave him. Don't leave me till my sorry life has ceased, alone and loveless here with just the girl in the mirror, just her and me, the Wicked Witch of the East. We deserve each other." And what, big Star Wars guy that I am, I clock the idea of, like, again, don't leave me till my sorry life has ceased. This is classic, you can love someone, but you cannot possess them. And that is what Nessa
yeah,
Rose tries to do to Bach. And if you try to possess someone you love, even if you think it's to try and keep them safe, as we saw with Anakin Skywalker's journey, that is when you go to the dark side. And Nessa Rose does. Her turn into the Wicked Witch of the East is an element that I will just own up to. Like, this was the storyline that worked the least well for me in the entire movie, and I do regret that I didn't get to see it again, because I do think that, having just even done some thinking on it, like, I have been able to reconcile certain aspects of it. But I will also own up to the fact that, like, what I talked about earlier with your first reaction, like, I did have certain, expectations and, things that are, were inherent in my first viewing of this, particular version of the story. And one that you actually touched on, it's like, one of the things that I just have to reconcile with is that this is not the Wizard of Oz. And I have to, kind of accept the fact that at a certain point, even though these are based on the same original material, and they have obviously share characters and different, themes and ideas and, certain plot points, there are certain elements of the stories that I feel are irreconcilable. And I do think that I personally, like, am unable to reconcile the version of the Tin Man that we get in this story, the incredibly dark and tragic tale of what happens to Bach Woodsman, with the kind of happy-go-lucky version that Jack Haley plays in the original 1939 movie. To me, these are not the same characters. And I think that but that this is an element where I personally have to understand and, reconcile through my own, is that I think that one of the things that I've always just struggled with Wicked in general is the idea that, if you want, you can want the story to stand on its own all you want, but there is an irrefutable fact that The Wizard of Oz is one of the most famous stories in American popular culture. And there are certain elements of this movie that the movie can only get away with because it knows the audience is familiar with The Wizard of Oz. The way this movie handles certain characters, basically just up to a point and then dropping them, like it does with Dorothy, like it does with the Tin Man and the Cowardly Lion up to a certain point. If the movie The Wizard of Oz didn't exist, people would look at that in this movie and they would say, what the hell? And I think that that is just a function of the fact that, as you said, this is not their story. And the movie doesn't need to service those characters to the end in order to tell the story that it's telling. But it does come with baggage, and I will just own up to the fact that I thought that to me, this movie is at its most clumsy when it has to address certain elements from The Wizard of Oz, because that's the nature of the story that it is. And that is not something I hold against the movie. That is something that is inherent to the stage musical that I think the movie just didn't really fully fix. And I actually think the movie, in many respects, handles it better than the musical does, because it gets to add more depth and context, like that scene with Bach at the train station and his dynamic with Nessa Rose. But I just have, like, for instance, we had this discussion in the Slack about the fact that the Tin Man becomes a very dark character in this telling, which was, something that I had to, tease out for myself. And part of it is just the fact that, like, Bach, what happens to Bach is, horrifying, but it does turn him into a character that is really, by the end, if you cross a certain line, like, you do lose audience sympathy, like the dynamic where, in the line where he's talking about, he's holding an axe, rallying a mob to go and murder Elphaba, and he has the line, "It's a good thing that I'm heartless. I'll be heartless killing her." And it's, like, I'm just, I have to accept, like, Elphaba's the hero of this story. I'm not in support, even if I can understand it, I'm not in support of the idea that no matter what Elphaba has done to him, which he actually hasn't done as much, he tried to save his life and it had unintended consequences, and he, like, Bach, the Tin Man, wants to go cut her head off with an axe. And you, like, saying that, like, that is not something where I'm going to be like, rah rah, yes. And I just kind of feel like, again, and I think I mentioned also in the Slack the fact that even though I love the moment where we see Bach look up at Glinda on the balcony, this woman that he was professing to be in love with, and now he is just transformed into a creature of vengeance. And when she looks down and recognizes what he has become, like, it's a heartbreaking moment, because it's not her fault that this has happened to him. She never loved him, but, like, he allowed that, what has happened to him, he has allowed it to turn what's left of his non-existent heart. And I do feel like the movie could have, if this were a different story, the movie could have perhaps eased my feelings on that by giving us another moment with a character like the Tin Man afterwards. But the fact of the matter is, we don't see him again, apart from the brief glimpse of him on the road going back to the Emerald City afterwards. And it's just an element of the movie that I continue to tease out. But again, I think you make very good points. This is a different version of the story. It is not The Wizard of Oz. I think that they make it very clear with certain choices of how they handle, characters like Dorothy, who's not really a character in the musical, but they make it very clear in this movie by never showing her face that, like, this is, not her story. And I do want to circle back to that decision eventually, but it's just something where, for me, trying to tease out the fact that this was his, I had baggage, I guess you could say, about the way that the character was handled, and the character of Nessa Rose, and the fact that, like, it's just the way it intersects with the Wizard of Oz. It almost felt more like perfunctory. The fact that we have to drop the house on the Wicked Witch of the East because that's what happens in the original story. But it is something that I think the movie recognized that issue and tried to give it more emotional context, and I think it succeeded in that front. And one of the ways it gets away with it, with the Tin Man specifically, is because Ethan Slater's performance is so strong. Like, a great actor can paper over some of those difficulties, as opposed to even a character like the Cowardly Lion, who frankly I think is just kind of a zero in this movie. All credit to Coleman Domingo aside, he just doesn't get enough to do.
I think it's very important that the story does intersect with the Wizard of Oz, because that's what we expect if we're getting a story about, the person we know as the Wicked Witch. From her perspective, eventually, like, we want to see it intersect with the story we know. And I don't know, I guess I feel just differently on the whole about it, because I've always found it actually really charming the way Wicked intersects with the Wizard of Oz. Like, I love little touches like where it just cuts to Dorothy starting down the yellow brick road, and Glinda being just like, bye-bye, it's just that one road all the way. And it's like, because we do know that story. And like, yes, in any other movie, if you don't, like, if you leave gaps in sort of the story, yes, objectively speaking, you're like, well, that doesn't seem like very good storytelling. But the Wizard of Oz is so much in our bones, the fabric of the story. We know, everybody knows that story. And so, and even though, like, there are details in this version of the story that are different, but I think we can infer and sort of like use our imagination to sort of reconcile those differences. This is a different take on the story, but we know the broad strokes. So I think that what the original stage musical is doing is very much, it's an around the corner story. It's like, once we get to the point where the Wizard of Oz is happening, we're taking a look around the corner at the scenes that we didn't see to fill in gaps and add new context to things. And that is a device that works. I even said this to you in our conversation. It works much better in a stage musical than in a feature film. But if you're going to make a feature film of Wicked, it just has to contend with that. Like, there's no way around that. And there is a part of me that wants to see the version that this version of the story, like, taking on Elphaba, following, the Wizard of Oz characters down the yellow brick road and like taunting them. But even if we don't know the exact details in this version of the story, we know broadly what happens. So, like, for me, it does a very similar thing that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood does, which is basically the entire climax of that movie is dependent on the fact that we know what happened in real life. Because if you look at that movie objectively, it dramatically doesn't make sense. And it's dramatically, it's kind of like, what? Nothing happened. Like, we're shown all the moments of like Sharon Tate and everybody else like going about their evening, and the tension is that we think we're about to see something violent and horrific happen to them. And then we don't, because that's the spin that movie's offering. So that movie also depends on the culture's understanding of what happened originally. And in the same way, this story depends on our cultural understanding of the story of the Wizard of Oz. And you're either okay with that or you're not. And I'm not going to say that it's right or wrong to have issues with that. It's all about your personal perspective.
Yeah.
For me, I've always thought it was very clever in the original musical. And so I wouldn't have expected anything different in the movie. I think we did a little bit more in the movie. I don't remember if I don't think we see the four of them in front of the wizard.
We do. We see it very briefly. There's the shot. There was in the trailer where the wizards.
No, I mean in the stage musical. I'm not sure that that's in the stage musical.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is we get a little bit more than in the stage musical. And I think it's important because that's not this story. And because certain characters are so different, a character like the Tin Man, you are kind of left wondering, well, in this version of the story, what happens to him? And so I think it's perfectly valid, like if you feel a lack of sort of resolution for that. But in a way, I almost like it because it ends on such a tragic note. And the fact that we don't get we don't actually see a resolution to that. In The Wizard of Oz, he has a happy resolution, but I don't think that I don't think there's any version of Wicked that ends with a scene with Bach afterwards where he and Glinda have a heart-to-heart and he's fine.
Yeah,
so I still think that his story ends on a tragedy regardless. And for me, it was quite affecting, pretty much ending with him on that look between him and Glinda. Again, like you said, we see him some shots of him walking with the mob and then down the yellow brick road but for me, it's one of those things where I understand why some people want some more resolution to that, but sometimes when you're telling a dark story like that, there are times when I can find it immensely satisfying to sort of leave it unknown how that actually resolved. I hope he finds some kind of peace. But yeah, so I'm not going to begrudge you, having difficulty with how it sort of because the story both intersects with the Wizard of Oz and it's a different version of the Wizard of Oz. So it's but for me, I think there's enough to sort of for us to use our imagination to kind of fill in the blanks. And it works for me. I totally acknowledge that it's up to the individual. But I found it worked for me, and I like that it's just as you talked about it, like this version of the Tin Man being irreconcilable. Sorry, I can't talk with the original version. But then but look at the Wicked Witch in the Wizard of Oz. And that is not the character of Elphaba.
It is, yeah, and that is something that I think that where I ultimately am able to kind of heal that divide is by again accepting that this is not the Wizard of Oz and certain characters because there are ways you could spin it this is just around the corner kind of alternate angle, and then there's some places where you can't, and I think the Tin Man is one of those places where you can't. It also feels a bit unbalanced because we do get a resolution for the Scarecrow. Obviously that has to do with a different what they choose to do with that character. I think where I sometimes get frustrated with the movie for that choice is because the movie also, I think, draws attention to the Wizard of Ozness of itself in certain respects. and specifically, and I know it's this way in the stage musical where she's even less of a character, but how the movie handles Dorothy, the fact that they very deliberately don't show us her face. And it's like, I get why they made that decision. I get why, like, it's not her story, so she becomes just more of like a character who's operating on the shadows. But it's like, I also can read between the lines. It's like the reason that you don't show us Dorothy's face, you can say it's because it's not her story, but it's because you want us to picture Judy Garland. And this is not Judy Garland's version of The Wizard of Oz. And so but the movie is also trading on the fact that, you know, she's one of the most beloved characters in the history of cinema. And so, like, when we see her shadow, you know, approaching Elphaba in that, you know, climactic scene, like, one of the reasons it has the power that it does is because, like, you know, yes, it's the moment of Elphaba's supposed death that Glinda is having to watch, but also because it's like, we know that, like, that's Dorothy, and she's throwing the bucket of water on the Wicked Witch in one of the most famous scenes in cinema. And the movie is not showing us that because that scene with Judy Garland in the original movie, like, you know, they can't top it, so they're not even going to try. They're going to show us focus on a different angle, which is Glinda's reaction to it, and that's fine. But I frankly, like, I would have had an easier time reconciling this if they had just showed us the face of the actor who played Dorothy to make it clear that this is not the same character.
Well, here's the thing. We can also imagine that it's Fairuza Balk from Return to Oz.
Possible, but let's be real. It's like, you're not, like, you think Dorothy, you think Judy Garland.
Okay, but here's the thing. You mentioned the scene where Dorothy throws the bucket of water on Elphaba. That is actually different from what happens in The Wizard of Oz. Because in The Wizard of Oz, it's actually, they're in a different part of the castle and they're struggling, and she actually throws the bucket of water to douse out the flames on the Scarecrow.
Yeah. And the Scarecrow's not present in this scene for obvious reasons. But
in this version of the story, Dorothy is totally throwing that bucket of water intentionally on the Wicked Witch. So it's actually much more of a murder in this movie than it is in The Wizard of Oz. So even that is a different spin on what we know, and so. And yes, the reason why they're not showing us Dorothy's face is if we want to imagine Judy Garland, we can. But I still think, like, again, like I said, that version of that scene is different from what happens in The Wizard of Oz. It's generally the same idea, but the circumstances are different. And so for me, that goes along with the fact that this is a different version of the story. And
I do actually think that this is a good point to reiterate what I think we had mentioned on the stream last year, which is because the 1939 Wizard of Oz film is not yet in the public domain, Wicked is not based on that version of the story. Wicked is based on the original L. Frank Baum novel that was then, you know, Gregory Maguire wrote his book that then Wicked adapted. So it's an adaptation of the novel. And the thing is, just the movie has become so ingrained in the popular culture that if you're going to make any story set in Oz, whether it's Wicked or whether it's that, like, Oz the Great and Powerful movie that came out a few years ago with James Franco, Mila Kunis, and Rachel Weisz, it's like, obviously you were going to trade in the iconography of that movie because it's one of the most famous movies in cinematic history. And I just think that the movie, this version of the story, kind of, when it does that, it draws attention to the fact that, like, there are tensions between these two versions of the story that I don't think can be reconciled. And that's where I just have to, as you said, basically accept that this is a different version of this is a different, you know, interpretation of the story, not even a different version necessarily. And there is no way personally in my mind to say you can plug the 1939 Wizard of Oz into this version of the movie and say, oh, this is actually the secret story of what happened. It's not.
Well, no, and I've never felt inclined to do that.
Yeah.
Like even when I saw the stage musical, like it's again they can skip over those parts because we know the bones of the story.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I've always been accepting of the fact that, but the details are different.
Yeah.
Just like, Glinda in The Wizard of Oz is totally different from, maybe not totally, but she's quite different from the version of Glinda that we get in, just like Elphaba is different from, the Wicked Witch that we see. So I've always accepted it as two different stories, two different versions of the same story. And so, yeah, I guess it depends on how much you're okay with that. And yeah, I've never felt like you could just plug in the Wizard of Oz in the in the scenes where there are gaps there. And again, there's a part of me that would really love to see like the full version of the story in this iteration. Like, let's see all the events of the Wizard of Oz in with this version of the characters, but that's not Wicked. Yeah. That's not the focus of the story. And so yeah, but I understand, and it's fine. Like, this is not a thing that I'm going to be like, you have to agree with me on this, Jared. Like, it's perfectly fine if you struggle with it, because it's valid, and yeah, the thing with Dorothy, I like the fact that we don't actually see Dorothy's face, because here's the deal. Because, like, there's no getting away from the fact that when you say Dorothy, everybody thinks Judy Garland.
That's what I say.
You're never going to be able to get somebody who's going to measure up to Judy Garland. And you could do that any number of ways. You could go ahead and show another actress's face. They clearly chose to follow the stage musical's lead on this and keep Dorothy mostly in the shadows.
Yeah. And
I like it. It's fine if you don't. It's a stylistic choice that, there's a wide range of valid opinions on it. But I don't know. This has always been one of the conceits of the play that I actually really enjoy. I like that it winks at the events of the Wizard of Oz while telling another story off to the side.
Yeah. And again, this is an element that does not come anywhere close to ruining the movie for me. Like, I think I've made it abundantly clear that I think a lot of this movie works like gangbusters. And there are certain elements I think it does better than The Wizard of Oz. I mean, frankly, I like the character of Glinda in this version much better than the character from the original Wizard of Oz, even though the original Wizard of Oz is like, an all-time iconic movie. But the it's just for me, it's not an aspect that sinks the movie. It's the aspect of the movie that works the least well for me. And so it's just I have to acknowledge that, or I'm not being honest. But again, there's still a lot great of great things here. Chief and foremost, to bring it back to Ethan Slater. I think he gives a wonderful performance as this version of Bach Woodsman / the Tin Man. And frankly, one of the reasons the ending is as dark and effective as it is because that character left his mark before he was transformed. And seeing where he becomes, this essentially almost monstrous version of himself is, it's sad. It is. And perhaps I just, wanted better for him. But in this case, not everyone gets their happy ending. And Bach, as you said, I hope at some point in his life, in this version of the story, that he does find some measure of peace. But I agree that like the movie didn't need to force like a scene where he like reconciles with Glinda. Like I just, I felt its absence, but it's also one of the areas where I'm like, I can see shoehorning that in at the end probably wouldn't serve the overall movie as well. So ultimately, I'm okay with them leaving it out. And I will also just shout out the actress who they actually cast to play Dorothy. Her name is Bethany Weaver. And even though you never see her face, she got to be part of the movie, and she did have excellent form throwing that bucket of water. So kudos.
And she's one of the small amount of people who can lay claim to playing Dorothy Dio.
Yes.
So, I just love that Glinda keeps calling Toto Dodo.
Yeah, that was the other thing, is that like the version of Glinda in the Wizard of Oz scene is very like loving and charming, and she's basically Dorothy's fairy godmother. In this movie, like Glinda seems kind of over Dorothy. She's basically like, it's always something with that girl.
Oh God, yeah. Okay, so now that we've talked about that, I want
to. Do you want to do the mid roll, because we are 2 hours into this?
Yes, Hunter. I know you've asked a couple questions. We'll get back to that as soon as we do the mid roll real quick, and I hope that this is far over the mid roll.
Yeah, it's not a true mid roll. It's like a 2/3 roll.
Yeah, it's going to be quick. We next week is our last stream before the holiday break. We'll be back in the new year, but next week we're going to be celebrating the 10th anniversary of Star Wars: The Force Awakens. And I'll just touch on it really quick. We won't have a discussion about it, but since we'll be talking Star Wars, I think we're also going to be talking a lot about the news that came out that in 2027, for the 50th anniversary of the original film, the theatrical cut, newly restored version of the theatrical cut will be playing in theaters. And I never thought we'd see the day, Jared. Mm-hmm. I really didn't, but it's happening. And I have lots of thoughts on that. We don't have time to get into it today, but yeah, I'm I know, like I'm avoiding the temptation to like really dig into a lot of, because I came to like really become a fan with the 97 special edition. So like I actually do have love for other fans who like grew up on that and don't necessarily like hate the special editions. But there is a flip side to that where some of them have been like, you need to get over it. The originals are, they're never coming back. They're not George's preferred version. You just need to get over it. And so I am fighting the temptation a little bit to basically show the middle finger to a lot of those people. But, I'm going to choose to be, try and be more tactful and just be happy that we're going to get to see the original version of Star Wars in theaters.
Yeah, I'm very happy as well, because I, as one of the kids who was introduced to Star Wars through the special edition before I got my VHS tapes of the original trilogy. I obviously have a lot of affection for those versions of the movies, but like the original is the classic that changed the world and redefined cinema as we knew it. And I did have a hunch that if they were ever going to allow it to be seen, in public in a widescreen again, it would be for a special occasion like the 50th anniversary. And I'm glad that's coming to bear in next year. And I will obviously be there in the theater to see it, and looking forward to it immensely, with nary a McClunky to be seen.
God.
Which we don't have to rehash that debate that we had from that version of the Star Wars stream, but I do think that it's going to be a special experience.
Just really quick, that's pretty much all, because we're this is actually our mid-roll, Mother Roy, and 2 hours and 25 minutes in, we're only just now doing the mid-roll, so we don't have time. We have to get back to talking about the movie at hand. But thank you so much for dropping in. I know you haven't seen the movie yet. We appreciate it. But yeah, we will come back next week, because we'll be talking about Star Wars The Force Awakens, and I'll make sure we carve out some time especially to talk about this news about the original version of Star Wars coming out for the 50th anniversary. And it's actually not next year, Jared. It's all the way in 2027. So close enough to next year. We're about to wrap up 2025.
That's what I meant. I kind of got jumped the gun, because Star Wars is coming back to the big screen next year, but with The Mandalorian and Grogu. But then this is going to precede Star Wars Starfighter, which will be basically the movie that's commemorating the 50th anniversary. So yeah.
Okay, let's dive right back in to Wicked for Good. I went to go back, and I know Hunter brought up a couple things. Marissa Bodie was the one that made the request for Nessa not to walk to avoid being called out for ableism.
This was the correct choice.
Yeah, it was. I didn't understand at first, like, what exactly was happening, because I missed the line. It felt like I was walking on air, and I was like, oh, okay, that's why she raises up. So that was one of the things that made more sense on a second viewing, because I was paying closer attention to the lines, because I don't think I had heard the discussion about it before the first viewing. So actually I was confused as to why it was different from the stage musical. I'm in complete support of it. I just, it took me off guard. But yeah, I think that was definitely a good decision. And I also like that by having, the slippers, grow hot, it was pretty darn close to Ruby. So that's a little wink at the Ruby slippers from the original film. But yeah, it's funny, because you were talking about the issues you were having, like the issues you were having were completely different from what I was struggling with on my first viewing, which was basically the character development of Nessa Rose.
Yeah, I had those issues too, but
and the fact that it felt a little rushed, but then after I saw the film, I sort of went back and watched some scenes from the first film, kind of looking at it through a different lens. And then when I saw the film a second time, like it kind of felt more more cohesive. And then when I saw the film today, I was like, all right, I'm on board with the sort of, again, it's one of those things where it would have been nice to think we could have a bit more to flesh out those characters, but there's just not the room in the story for it. They already added a scene for them, which I think was great. But at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do, because they're supporting characters in this story. So that was actually the thing I was struggling with. I was not struggling at all with what you were having issues with. I just find that funny. That's like, I thought we were on the same wavelength. That turned out we were actually.
Well, I mean, I did have similar issues with Nessa Rose. Like thinking it happened as fast. It just wasn't the biggest thing, because that was a case of me, like, again, having gone back and rewatched the the first movie, I did start to pick up on some of those elements that you talked about, that she does have a darker side to her, and the fact that like her father gave her everything when he gave Elphaba nothing, and like that kind of did, create a certain sense of entitlement for her, even though she's obviously, she's not happy with what she's been, tasked to do of, now becoming governor of Munchkin Land, and the fact that she loves Bach, or she thinks she loves Bach, because Bach, was, he's a good looking boy who was nice to her and asked her to dance at the Ozdust. But again, it was more like when I went back and again studied the lines that she has in her song with the "Don't leave me till my sorry life has ceased, alone and loveless here with just the girl in the mirror." Just her and me, the wicked witch of the east, we deserve each other. And that was in the first movie, it was like, they had that sign like, we deserve each other. And in this case, it becomes much darker, because this is, again, the perils of when, what should be a selfless love becomes selfish love, where you can't bear to let the other person go, not because you want to keep them safe, because you can't stand to be without them. That like on rewatch, or on revisiting the idea, I'm like, okay, I think they did enough to actually make that work better for me, as opposed to just like, we've got to turn Elphaba's sister into the Wicked Witch of the East somehow, and this is how we're doing it. I was like, I actually think the movie did a better job of drawing that character arc, the limited time that they have for a character of Nessa Rose's, relative pecking order in the story.
Yeah, and I will admit, other people picked up on sort of what I refer to as the red flags of her character in the first film before I did. I was kind of like, I think you're being a little harsh on her. But then when you see this movie, you're like, no, there's stuff there that's kind of, definitely foreshadows like, where she's gonna turn in this film. So like, that was probably one of the bigger things that I kind of struggled with in my initial viewing, and that actually is working much better for me now that I've seen the film a couple times. And so I'm glad, because going back to what I was saying, sometimes you need a couple viewings for certain things to click into place. I referred earlier, like my initial viewing of Kill Bill Volume 2 was, I was lukewarm towards that, and but now it's like, it's actually my favorite of those two movies, and I think like every moment is brilliant. So yeah, sometimes there's one of those things where I always say I can't form an opinion on a movie usually until I've seen it a second time, because you just go in with both ridiculously high expectations and also like sometimes the subtleties of certain things are lost on that first viewing. And so yeah. Okay, so let's talk about when after the episode with Bach and Nessa Rose, and obviously everything that happens to Bach happens because Elphaba returns, and she does what she can to salvage what Nessa Rose has done, but afterwards she leaves to go to the Emerald City, because she thinks that the wedding is going to be the perfect opportunity. People will be distracted, and also she can expose the wizard to a big number of people. This was the part in the movie that, as I was having those initial issues on my first viewing, this was the part of the movie where for me, like, everything fell perfectly into place, and I was like plugged in for the whole rest of the movie. And even now, I still think that even though there's so much great stuff in the first act of the film, I really think that when Elphaba and Glinda come back together, it's when the movie really starts popping, because you miss these characters being together. And so I love so we get like two major things. One, we get a scene with them together when Elphaba, comes back to the Emerald City, which I love. I can't believe you still get around on that old thing. And, well, we can't all travel by bubble. But then there's also the following scene with the wizard and the song Wonderful, which, what an absolute brilliant masterstroke to bring Glinda into that number. Because again, it's now one of those things where I'm going to go see the stage musical later this month, and I'm going to be like, where's Glinda? She's not in the original version of it. But I think it's absolute magic, the fact that she's in that number now. And we even get a reprise of a bit of Defying Gravity, actually, in it, which I think is beautiful. And this is when, like, I talked earlier about Jeff Goldblum being absolutely phenomenal in this film, and this is where some of his best stuff is. And there's some new lines to the beginning of the song, which are definitely leaning heavily on like current events, but also honestly just world history, up and down. But it felt particularly relevant. And once people have swallowed Shaman Hokum, they'll go on believing what they want to. But yeah, he is such a blast in this, and they all are. And the moments that Glinda and Elphaba share together, and you can tell that they've missed each other so much. And the reason why Glinda was added to this number is because Jon M said he didn't really buy that Elphaba would consider going along with what the wizard is saying. You needed Glinda to be part of this sequence to help sell it. And I thought that was brilliant. And they're all just like so good in the number and like beaming and this was one of those sequences where I had a big stupid grin on my face the entire time.
I love this sequence too, and I agree that it was absolutely the right choice to add Glinda to this, not only to make it more believable for Elphaba, but for the character of Glinda too, because there is a part of you that is wondering, like, well, does she know the wizard is a fraud as well? And is she also, she's going along with this? What is her perspective on it? And I actually think that we get to see in this, that, she's not blind. She knows that the wizard doesn't have magical powers, but she still sees the value in what, in having him be this wonderful figurehead that the citizens of Oz can look up to. And again, in order to maintain, what she sees as order. And that, and part of it is just the fact that this is again where the brilliance of casting Jeff Goldblum, the man's just so goddamn charming in this scene. It's yes, he doesn't have magical powers, but he has other virtues. He's clearly a brilliant engineer to constructed all of this, and he can as an old carny, as he says, he can turn on the charm and get people to believe, even though it sounds like he didn't set out to Oz with the intent of ruling it. It was basically they called me wonderful, and then he was so I'll be wonderful. Sure, if you're going to let me rule over your kingdom, I'll
be wonderful if you insist.
if you insist. Again, with classic Jeff Goldblum, flair there. And I actually do think that having Glinda there to also support him in that and kind of put on the charm offensive is one of the reasons why the scene is not only like a delight to watch, but it makes it believable. Like that scene of the three of them dancing was in the trailer, and I was like, how the hell are we going to get to that? And then by the time we get I'm like, is that a dream sequence? And it's like, no, but in the movie, it actually makes perfect sense. And yes, I do just have to shout out the this is probably one of my favorite lines in the entire movie from this song, where where he's talking about he never had a family of his own, so I guess I wanted to give the citizens of Oz everything. And Elphaba says, so you lied to them. And he says, Elphaba, where I'm from, we believe all sorts of things that aren't true. We call it history. and then a rich man's a thief or philanthropist. Is one a crusader or a ruthless invader? It's all in which Label is able to persist. There are precious few at ease with moral ambiguities, so we act as if they don't exist.
Oh boy.
And I'm like, this is where the social commentary of this story is at its most pointed, even before everything that's happening, right?
Oh yeah, God. It's such a dad joke, but I freaking love it. Not my best pupil.
Yeah.
I laughed. I'm sorry.
I laughed too. It's a great again, this is a case where like you see why this man is where he is, even though he doesn't have magical powers. He is he clearly knows how to work a craft.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, and then when Elphaba takes gets another broom and uses the two of them for like a little, what looks like some kind of merry-go-round for her and Elphaba. And this was in like the first trailer when, you were telling me like it's really leaning on,
the Gelfie vibes. Yeah.
Yeah, the Gelfie vibes. And and I loved just it being the inverse of, from the first film in Defying Gravity, when, instead of, Elphaba singing and going, Glinda, and, now it's reversed and it's Elfie, it's such a beautiful sort of, just a full circle moment. And I thought it was beautiful. And cinematography and the set design, everything's so gorgeous. It's just, oh God, just look at that. Like, if this isn't a romantic scene, I don't know what is.
The movie is having its cake and eating it too here, where it's like yes, this is about their friendship and it's calling back to Defying Gravity, but it's like the movie is giving the shippers what they want. It's two beautiful girls sitting out looking at these stars together, and there's definitely an element where part of your mind and part of your voice in the back of your mind is going, now kiss. But in this case, and I'm glad you mentioned the cinematography, because I've actually, again, I've seen some of them like criticizing Alice Brooks's cinematography, and this is a sequence where I actually think it's like dynamite.
It's again, part of my language. These movies are fucking gorgeous, and like. There's actually a full range of colors on display, as opposed to 99% of movies nowadays that are just like so drab looking, and like everybody's so afraid to use the full color spectrum. And so like, and everybody always complains about that, and then you got a movie like this that's so fucking beautiful with its colors, and apparently they're going to bitch about that too. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. So yeah, I don't know. I just love it. Yeah. And then things look like they're going to work out. Elpha has some conditions which the wizard seems to agree to, but he's holding some things back. And that leads us to one of the most fucking incredible instances of intercutting between two scenes where Glinda is walking down the aisle towards the false dream that she's holding up, while Elphaba is descending into the reality of the situation and descending into hell, basically, and seeing all the animals that have been imprisoned, which and she would not know about if not for Chistery, who decides that, yes, I've just been freed, but I'm going to make sure Elphaba knows what's what. And by the way, I love him so much. And I'm actually
you know who voices him, don't you?
Okay, yeah. I wanted to make sure by looking it up, but yes, it is Mr. D. Bradley Baker, and we actually get to hear him speak as the character at the end of the film. When I saw that, I was like, oh my god. He did a good job with the voice. I didn't watch the movie and be like, hey, that sounds like Rex. But
well, I mean, it's a different voice. The man has obviously has incredible range.
Really?
And
Bradley Baker? I did not know this.
Yes. Yeah, one of the greatest voice actors of his generation. But yeah, I mean, like, I obviously would have taken more of him, but it's just, he is, it's an important moment that he speaks when he does, because but yeah, I love the choice to do the match cut between Glinda walking down the aisle and towards Fiyero and Elphaba walking down the dark corridor where all the animals are caged. Like that's a case of the movie's editing prowess really shining through.
And then this isn't what it looks like. Really?
When somebody tells you that, occasionally they're right, but usually it's exactly what it looks like.
And I love playing off of the moment in The Wizard of Oz where he starts to say, Elphaba, I'm not a bad man, which in The Wizard of Oz, when Dorothy says, you're a very bad man, he's like, oh no, I'm a very good man, I'm just a very bad wizard. But when he starts to say, I'm not a bad man, and she cuts him off and says, yes, you are a very bad man. And and then she makes her proclamation that she is going to fight, always fight against him, and then all hell breaks loose, and she lets the animals free, and they crash the wedding. And so much satisfaction is given in the stampede of the animals. The fact that Madame Morrible, is pushed into the cage and falls to the ground, and then gets, it was like a little toad or something, spits out its tongue at her. And also I spotted Mrs. Cottle in the wedding. It's the only time she's in the movie. She's not having a good time of it. I like to imagine that she got stampeded in a moment after we see her, because that's actually probably my only other quibble about the entire story, is that we don't see her meet a brutal end, because she is the worst.
Yeah, well, she was definitely one of those characters in the first movie that immediately earned your enmity, and we would have liked to see her get her comeuppance. Either if she didn't get trampled, then I hope that she and Madame Morrible get to be cellmates when the winged monkeys carry them off. But trampled works too. just to back up a tiny bit, I do want to call out the moment where the emotional hammer of the moment when Elphaba is in the corridor is when she finds Dr. Dillamond, who is and who in this we don't get to hear Peter Dinklage's lovely voice because he can no longer speak, and that was that's obviously the heart. She feels terrible for all the animals, but this is one who was her friend, and that's really a moment where the betrayal becomes irreconcilable. And so yes, it's thrilling to watch her set the animals loose to stampede throughout the wedding. Although again, I do feel very terrible for poor Glinda, because it was a beautiful wedding and Jon M was shooting it very very beautifully, in very much evoking Crazy Rich Asians. But if you're going to steal from the best, when you are the best, go ahead.
When she's walking down the aisle, it's just,
it's like this is where we indulge in our shallowness, and it's just like Ariana Grande is a beautiful woman. This camera makes the camera loves her.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's been evident since the first movie that it's just like there's just certain actresses that just the camera captures them particularly well. Of course, Keira Knightley is one of those. Mm-hmm. That's also because I actually, I'm actually of the opinion that Joe Wright was actually in love with Keira because of the way he photographed her. I have no evidence to back that up, but
mm-hmm.
but yeah, you can just tell. And but it's just so sad because it's cut together with Elphaba, in a much darker place, and that it's just even if you don't know the story beforehand, this isn't gonna work out well.
Yeah.
And so okay, I'm going to I'm just checking through some more of Hunter's questions just to see if this is one thing we can talk about. The fact that I know that there seems to be a little bit of people tell different versions of this. My understanding is that it was improv in the rehearsals that they did this. So it wasn't like they were shooting the actual scene and they improv'd this. I think it was improv in rehearsals and then they carried it over to the film. I don't know, this is the first I'm hearing about if Universal wanted to cut it from the film. I don't I haven't heard that myself, but if that is the case, then yes, that would have been a colossal really bad decision, because it was just it's one of my absolute favorite moments from the film, and it broke my heart on that first viewing, and still today on viewing number 3 I watched it and I was like, oh my god. It's just like it's one of those moments where you're like, and the fact that it was like in the rehearsal, that it was improv and that it wasn't like something that was scripted or originally, it just, because it was born out of the real feelings of the two actresses and the journey that they'd been on, and it's the journey that the characters have been on. And I just just when you watch each of them on opposite sides of that door, and the fact that they get to actually say, again, the movie is having its cake and eating it too, the fact that we actually get to hear them say to each other, I love you. And it's just, when they're on the opposite sides of that closet door, and they're both like just crying their hearts out and just holding on to that door, and just like sometimes you were watching a movie in the cinema and you just like you're having the emotional equivalent of just throwing your hands up and being like, they can't possibly do anything more to me. This is insane. And and that's how I was feeling watching this. I was just like, fuck.
Yeah.
It destroyed me. And an absolutely amazing shot, you know, putting aside the performances themselves. Like, it just like everything about it was so brilliant. And the fact that we wouldn't have had it if not for their improv and the rehearsals. Like, you know, it's, I cannot imagine this movie without that moment.
Yeah.
And goddamn, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, this is why you don't always need to stick purely to the script. You know, if you have actors who you trust, who know and inhabit these characters and can find that moment naturally together, like this is where a good director like Jon M will, you know, allow that to organically develop and then fight for it if indeed the studio was like, cut this incredibly beautiful emotional moment out of the movie, and he's like, no, because I know better than you do, and he would be correct. But yeah, it's this, you know, sequence, we already had talked about it. It's the culmination of the entire relationship between these two women, and and it's building off the fact that at this point Elphaba has not quite accepted her darkness, you know, as she did when, in the incredible, to give Cynthia Erivo some praise, the no good deed sequence where she, is coming to terms with, again, beautiful looking movie here, coming to terms with the fact that, she has been fighting this battle where she, wants to save Oz from the wizard because she believes in her heart of hearts that, like, this is wrong what he's doing to the animals. And I want my homeland to be a better place, and I'm fighting for it. But there is also a part of her that is acknowledged, that is dealing with the fact that once they see, then they will understand what I was trying to do, and they will finally accept me and maybe even love me for who I am. And this is the scene where she essentially gives up that dream. Glinda is not the only one who has her dream shatters in that way. Elphaba is in an incredibly dark place here because even though she has escaped, Fiyero has been captured. He is being tortured. They are brutally beating him to within an inch of his life. And there's this utter desperation as she's casting this spell to try and save his life, even though she doesn't know what the spell is going to do. And the spell works after a fashion, as we later find out. I do like
that there is a meme going around where she says, I don't even know what I'm reading. And the meme is that, well, yeah, girl, it's because you're not wearing your glasses that you had in the first movie.
Yeah, it was an important, might have been an important time to go get that, because then you might have read like, maybe I didn't need to read that passage about turning him into straw. Maybe there was another way. But in that moment, like, she's just so desperate, and she doesn't know if she's saved the life of the man that she loves, and that is she basically, comes to accept the idea that there was, when in the lyrics to the song again, was I really seeking good or just seeking attention? Is that all good deeds are when looked at with an ice cold stare? If that's all good deeds are, then maybe that's the reason why no good deed goes unpunished. And she effectively, in a certain respect, said, chooses that, let all Oz be, so be it then, let all Oz be agreed. I'm wicked through and through. And since I can't succeed, Fiyero, saving you, I promise no good deed will I attempt to do again, ever again. And that is the moment where, then she So in classic Wizard of Oz fashion, that's when she sends her monkeys after Dorothy and, does indulge in the Wicked Witch trope of locking Dorothy in the cell and basically like, give up my shoes, you little brat.
This is I'm going to give you a little something here. This is actually the only part of the movie where I'm like, I feel the lack of seeing the events of the Wizard of Oz in this, because we actually miss the follow-up of this moment of No Good Deed is the fact that this is when she really like engages in wickedness in like, hunting Dorothy and her friends. And so this version of her, when we get to the point where she's like saying, just give up the shoes if you ever want to see your aunt again. This is post going through an entire movie of like tormenting Dorothy. And we don't really get to like, I don't feel like we feel that there's been a passage of time there. The screen does fade to black and comes back up, and then like Dorothy is in Oz and waiting to see the wizard. But I feel like this is the one moment where I don't know, like, our understanding of the passage of time really depends on us knowing the Wizard of Oz. And so there's no getting around it. Like, this is the way the musical is structured. So like, this is not something I hold against the movie, but it is that one part where I've felt like it's sort of unavoidable, but I wish there was a way we could have conveyed the passage of time a bit more. But I think that would involve actually showing the events of that we already know from the Wizard of Oz, and like the story's not going to do that. So
and they even do that like earlier in the movie. They circumvent the moment where Glinda gives Dorothy the shoes, and like she's already gone, and then like Elphaba's like, those weren't yours to give, but it means we don't get the I'll get you my pretty and your little dog too, which
that works for me.
I agree.
I feel like because so much is made of Elphaba deciding in this moment to give up trying to do good, and we don't and the payoff for that is the events of the Wizard of Oz. And since we don't get that in this story, I wish we got some of it. But that's not anything the movie is doing wrong. It's just baked into the source material. So, but I wanted to say that, so like I sympathize with your perspective on this in that because but that's okay.
No, and the thing is that like this was an instance where I felt like because I mean I did get again that same frustration like when they do the shot where the monkey comes and grabs Dorothy, and they very clearly are shooting it from Dorothy's point of view, so again they don't have to show us Dorothy's face, and I was just like, okay, you're indulging in this a little bit, but I do actually think it works thematically well that like the first thing that, Elphaba has been ostensibly trying to do everything for the good of, others, for the animals, for the Oz, for the kingdom. And then after she does this, has this revelation that no good deed goes unpunished. And so I will embrace my moniker as the Wicked Witch. That is the first time she goes and does something that is purely for her, where she's like, those shoes belong to, my mother, and they belong to my sister, and now they should be mine, and this girl has no right to them, so I'm going to get her, and I'm going to, put the fear of God into her a little bit.
Now, there is a line that is not in the movie that is in the stage play, and I don't remember it verbatim, but it's like, after she says, if you ever want to see your, Auntie, what's her name again, you'll give up those shoes. And then as she's walking away, I think in the stage play, there's a line like, just kind of kind of person takes, dead woman's shoes or something? Like, there's a similar line earlier in the movie, but it's just really funny in the stage musical. But I can see why maybe they didn't want to dial up the comedy for that moment and maybe keep it more serious. But it is one of the funniest moments in the stage musical for me. I'm just gonna put this up real quick to say hi, Glitter baby, and yeah, I love that line of Glinda. It's good to see me, isn't it? Yeah, which is both in the first film, and I think they show it again here at the end of the film. Or maybe they don't. Maybe they don't. I don't remember. Some of the lines are repeated. But I love that moment in the first film, at least. Okay, one of the other things I wanted to jump back a little bit and make sure that we talked about this scene.
Yes.
We probably should have talked about that. Before we went back and started talking about the emotional climax of the movie again, because this is a more comedic moment, even though it's like there's a lot of serious stuff in the scene, but it's like, it starts off very serious, talking about Nessa Rose, and you think this was an accident, houses don't just come falling out of the sky. but then, of course, it's like, and those shoes weren't yours to give. They belonged to my sister. And then the line, well, I guess we're all taking things that don't belong to us.
Yeah.
And that is when this scene starts to get really funny. Wait, just a clock tick. And then everything from like, and Elphaba says, he never loved you, and then the slap heard around the world.
Yeah.
And then Ariana's reactions during that, like going from like, she's first shocked that she did it, and then she's like, she smiles, she's actually happy that she did it. Feel better? I do, actually.
I do, yeah. Yeah, this is an element where, like, yes, this fight scene that unfolds between the two of them, like, it's like, and I mean this actually like as a compliment, like, it's an intentionally bad fight in the sense of, this is two people who really don't know how to fight this way, like Elphaba more so than Glinda, but like they, I doubt that Glinda has been doing a lot of staff training with her wand, and Elphaba or Glinda.
We did see them practicing in school in the first film.
We did, but it's like, I don't think they've been keeping up their practice, and so it's almost one of those fight scenes that like sometimes happens in movies where two characters like start to get into a physical conflict, and there's another character there who's basically like, seriously, are you really doing this? And it's almost comical in the like, and it is comical in how like, utterly inept they sometimes look to be, like, they don't quite, but they almost get to the point where they're doing the
well, and like, this has always been funny going back to the stage musical, because it's like, it's these two like historic characters of Glinda the Good Witch and the Wicked Witch devolved into a schoolyard fight. Where neither one of them is good at fighting. Really. And it's just like, and the whole come on, Greenie. And just plowing into her.
No, it's so funny. It's hilarious, and I jumped the gun on this earlier, but it is absolutely capped off with the pinnacle of Glinda charges at Elphaba. Elphaba does a flip into the air and then lets out her evil Wicked Witch cackle, and Glinda just looks at her like, what the hell was that? And then mocks it in delightful fashion. Again, like that's become a favorite GIF all around the internet, and for good reason.
Oh my god, it's so good. Yeah. and then the fact that the scene turns deathly serious again.
Yeah.
Once the guards show up, but for this short little interlude, they're just like they've devolved back into their, their the school versions of themselves when they hated each other.
Yeah, no, I almost it might have been too much, but I almost would have taken them reprising the "What is this feeling" over the sequence, like loathing, unadulterated loathing for your face, your voice, your clothing.
Oh, but okay, one of my favorite things about that scene though is it's the return of the hair toss.
Yes,
but the battle version.
Yeah.
Oh god. I love them so much. But yeah, no, the silliness of it is just what makes it so great. And it's like never in your wildest dreams would you have imagined a scene like this happening like off screen in The Wizard of Oz. So yeah. Oh god. Oh jeez. But yeah. Okay, well, what else haven't we like touched on? Because that shouldn't be the last thing we talk about.
No, I mean we can circle back to the ending, because I think you had taken us there before I backed up to No Good Deed, which is the fact that after Elphaba accepts the fact that the people of Oz will never love her, but she understands that they, maybe that's what they need. This is almost very. Okay.
All right. I know what I want to do. We're going to get to that first because I want to make sure we don't forget about it. Just going to talk about the moment between Madame Morrible and Glinda.
Oh, yeah.
After Girl in the Bubble, which is so emotional and it's her awakening. And but then she goes to confront Madame Morrible, and Madame Morrible just like tapes her down and says, "This is what you wanted from the start, Glinda." So do what you do best, smile and shut up. And then the way that Glinda then just sits, I actually have a picture of her, just sits there and she's surrounded by all the propaganda about Elphaba, and this is a promotional photo. She's posing for the camera, but in the actual scene, she's just like looking around her, and I think she's so like everything is like really just hitting her, like what she's been a party to, and and what she's sort of allowed to happen, and that's when she gets the resolve to suit up and and ride off to the castle to warn Elphaba. And like I did not have any notion that like the figure we see riding off on the horse in the very beginning of the first film was her, even because like I said, it's been like 15 years since I've seen the stage musical. So that was so cool, and just watching her like get up on the horse and ride off, it was like it's very like badass heroine stuff, and it was great. But jumping now back to just the fact that we've talked about the actual song itself of For Good, but the scene surrounding that, just when first of all Elphaba gets the note from Fiyero, which which the audience doesn't quite understand in that context yet, unless you're familiar with it. But she allows Glinda to believe that Fiero's dead, and apparently the plan that Fiero has concocted involves Elphaba faking her death, and now having, and I love it because it's like she says she's given into letting go of sort of trying to have hope and fight for good things, and just sort of surrendering to being wicked. But I think it's a half-hearted thing. I think she's giving into it because that's what she that's the only thing she believes, that's the only thing left for her to do. But I don't think her heart's in it either. And I think the moment she's she learns that Fiero is alive, then she knows exactly what she has to do, and what's left is sacrificing herself and any, like, and that's the other side of no good deed, which is deciding that to let go of any idea of I'm going to redeem myself in the eyes of the people of Oz. And ultimately now she sees an opportunity to actually accomplish what's important for her to accomplish, even though she won't be able to enjoy her own victory. And I know a lot of people have issue with this for, I've seen some things with people saying like, no, the story should be about, at the end of the story, that she gets accepted, and embraced for her differences. And I'm like, well, you realize this is still the story of the Wizard of Oz, and the Wicked Witch in that story dies. and the fact that the only really way out of that for the end of this story is that she fates her death and leaves. So they're kind of constricted, like, it's, but I think it's a beautiful thing that happens, because I think it does show Elphaba's selflessness at the end of this story.
Yeah.
And just when she hands the Grimmery over to Glinda, and then I can't read it. Well, you have to learn.
Yeah.
You can't let good be just a word. It has to mean something. It has to change things. And at this point, we've got no inkling that that's going to come to fruition by the end of the story. It's something that, as far as either of them know, like, something that's probably going to take Glinda a very long time, if she ever is able to do that. But she's placing her faith in Glinda, and even with all that they've disagreed on and been through in this movie, that their love for each other is so strong, and she believes in Glinda that that she will do everything she can to carry on Elphaba's legacy, even if she has to lie about it. And it's paramount to Elphaba that she lies about it, because she says, to her, Glinda was right earlier in the movie when she says, your way hasn't worked. And I think she's acknowledging that now. And she says, well, we're going to have to try something else then. And we're going to have to use all of this sort of propaganda that's been used against me and twist it to our advantage. And you're going to be the good witch. And as she sings, I'm limited. Look at me, not with your eyes, with theirs. And that switch, that area.
That moment was in the trailer, and it was a beautiful moment where it's like, Glinda, look at me, and again, Gelfie vibes. She looks at her with just utter adoration, and then it's like, not with your eyes, with theirs, and then her face falls. And as you said, it's devastating. But like, this is a moment where I act like, it speaks to Elphaba actually having matured and gone through this arc, that like she recognizes that there is a way she can still like win in terms of her ultimate goals, but there is a cost to it, which is, you know, she will not get credit for it. She will not get the love for it. And this movie actually in that way kind of evokes one of the all-time great movie endings of The Dark Knight, of basically the idea of, you know, it's like, sometimes the truth isn't good enough. Sometimes people deserve more. I'm whatever Gotham needs me to be. And it's like, you'll hunt me, you'll chase me, you'll set the dogs on me because that's what needs to happen. Sometimes people deserve to have their faith rewarded. And the thing is that even as terribly as the citizens of Oz have treated Elphaba, like she does recognize in a sense that like they're not bad people. Like they want, you know, to be, you know, they've been misled by the wizard and Morrible in this way. But there is still hope for them. But the hope has to come in the form of them, you know, essentially getting to kind of cathartically purge this, you know, venom that has kind of built up in their system. And, you know, the wizard was right about one of the most chilling lines that he had in the first movie of sometimes the best way to bring people together is to give them a real good enemy. And as Batman says in The Dark Knight, I killed those people. That's what I can be. And, you know, it's like, he's not a hero. He's a silent guardian, a watchful protector, a dark knight. And in this case, Elphaba recognizes like she can be the Wicked Witch of the West. And by her death, perhaps Oz can heal. And the reason that they can still win is because this friendship that she has forged with Glinda means that Glinda can be, you know, she can be the White Knight. And unlike Harvey Dent in The Dark Knight, Glinda actually deserves that moniker because she has become someone who can lead in that way.
Yeah, because she's learned so much. And yes, it's not and I understand why some people might take issue with what is the film saying, because as a parable for our modern times, it's not that comforting.
No.
Because essentially they're going to continue to sell the lie for a good outcome. And right now we're desperate for truth to win out and for people to understand the truth and to acknowledge the truth and for the better angels of our nature to win out. Whereas this is, like you said, it's a Dark Knight ending. It's a Stellan Skarsgård and/or I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemies to defeat them. You know, so it's, and the movie is a tragedy. Like I'm like, when people say like it's not a very like a happy ending, I'm like, well, no, the story is a tragedy. This is the story of the wicked witch told from her perspective. And so like, yeah, the story is very tragic, but they win, eking out a victory in the only way still available to them. And yeah, it ends with, it's basically still a monarchy, basically at the end of the movie. It's like, that is one thing I always sort of roll my eyes at. Like everybody thinks that every story is going to end with like a democracy of like handing power back to the people. It's like, some of these stories are not made for that. Like this isn't real life. Yes, we want that in our real world. Even if a lot of the people are stupid, but we were never going to have that in, say, Game of Thrones.
Well, I was going to say, I'm glad you actually mentioned Game of Thrones in that way. Like, you know, we love that ending, but it's like, this is a bittersweet ending, you know? Yeah. And yes, it's like in Game of Thrones, it's like the concept of democracy was floated and the characters laughed it off because of course they would. It's like, I bet they'll get there eventually, guys. It took us, you know, a couple thousand years to arrive at the concept here in the real world. I
just love it because that was floating around in the fandom.
Yeah.
And so the idea gets floated at that meeting, and all the characters just start cracking up. And it's like, sit down, Sam.
Yeah. Poor sweet Sam. But
Yeah.
but yeah.
So it's the same thing. Like, no, this is not a society at this stage that is made for democracy. Like, it's so yes, the best that can be hoped for is a coup d'etat by a good ruler, and that's what we get.
Yeah.
Again, not like not a comforting parallel for our real world. But this isn't like a one-to-one. There's some stuff obviously that calls out sort of real world stuff, but no, in terms of what kind of government they're going to end up with at the end of the story, that you should not look for a real world parallel. But yeah, okay, where was I?
No, we were just talking about the emotion in Glinda, between Glinda and Elphaba in that scene, and the fact that they the fact that they've gotten to this point, because after everything they've been through, they actually do trust each other and love each other. And it's heartbreaking that for her part, Glinda actually does believe that Elphaba is about to sacrifice herself, and she can't know that. But Elphaba is trying her best to get Glinda to understand that it's okay, my life mattered because you will carry on that meaning because I am trusting you. And this is where we get
it's up to you now.
Yeah, it's and for both of us, and the fact that it's punctuated by the scene that closed the first trailer of the "You're the only friend I've ever had," and I've had so many friends, but only one that mattered. Which shade at Fanny and Shen Shen, but you know what? I'm okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I well, it's funny because you can really take her initial reply of, and I've had so many friends, in two ways, which I've always loved since I saw in the trailer. Of how it's meant with the follow-up line of, but only I've had so many friends meant literally, but only one that mattered. But also the way she delivers it, where she's like, and I've had so many friends, full acknowledgement that just that delivery alone sells that none of those ever matter. And but it's, oh my god, and the way they play that, it's just have I talked about how fucking great both of these actresses are?
you have, but please do it more, because they are incredible.
And I feel like I've mentioned how good Cynthia Erivo is in this, but maybe I've leaned a bit more heavily on the Ariana praise over the stream. So I really want to just take the moment to just balance the scales a little bit, but I think I have praised both of them, so I don't want to be too hard on myself. But Cynthia is just, she's out of this world. I think we probably talked last year about the fact that it's a tall order to and this goes for both of them, but because the roles of Elphaba and Glinda are just sort of, obviously they've been played on stage by many different actresses, but everybody holds up, obviously, Idina Menzel and Kristen Chenoweth, and it's and I don't want to favor one over the other because they're both legendary for it, but because Idina has defying gravity, and it's sort of a legendary performance that's it's tough to step into the role of Elphaba, especially in the film version.
Yeah.
And Cynthia fucking killed it and just rose to the occasion, and just absolutely amazing. And again, same for Ariana, but I just want to really take this moment to, to shower praise on Cynthia Erivo. Just like, and what she probably had to overcome with, I don't know. I wasn't paying that much attention to the early buzz when like the casting was announced, but I'm sure there were assholes on the internet who were like, you know, anytime a person of color is hired for any kind of movie or TV show, there's, awfulness to go around. And so I'm sure there was a fair share of that. And so the fact that she probably had to deal with that shit and, and just the normal expectations that come with taking on, a role like this. And you watch footage of her like being held up in the air, with these contraptions, and she's still got to like act and sing and belt out like these, and then she's in charge of doing some of the moving too, because like she even talked about how like when she has to flip in those that's her, that's not the machinery. She actually has to be the one to put that in motion. Like there's so much that like technically she had to do on these movies, and just her performance is just so out of this world. That's why the fact that we were even talking about the fact that she was snubbed at the Critics' Choice, like it's bullshit.
It's ridiculous.
So like, yeah, like she deserves to be, obviously she's done a whole lot of other things and done great work, but I hope and I fully believe that she'll be immortalized by, this role. And same for Ariana. I just obviously Ariana solidified herself as being like an unshakable pop culture icon, like even before this. But like, I just hope like, and I know they are. I just hope people like appreciate, what an amazing job Cynthia did, and I just, she should have won the Oscar last year. I'm just gonna say that, but regardless of any of that award stuff, it's just such a tour de force performance, and it's really like like last year she had Defying Gravity in the first film, but like so many of the things that spoke to me in this movie about her performance were the quiet moments, like the really subtle moments of just the way like she looks at other characters, and just the way like going back to the song as long as you're mine, just the way she carries herself in that scene. And like they've talked about how they had to sort of build up to that because they didn't want them to like immediately fall into each other's arms, at the beginning of the song. It has to be like a journey throughout it. And if you just watch the way she carries herself throughout that, and the subtlety of her acting, and yes, we should mention, because everybody else is the sexy cardigan. Have to throw a mention of that in there. But but like I don't know. I'll just keep going on and heaping superlatives on, but I feel like, and I'm victim to this too, because I just feel like there's so much praise of Ariana because this is sort of her film this year, but I just feel like, and because of the Critics' Choice thing, it's just sort of building up this feeling in me that like people are really underappreciating Cynthia this time around, and I don't think that's fair, and I just want to make sure that we give her just a little extra praise, because she's absolutely phenomenal, and
she's, I mean, I think she's outstanding, and like obviously like even she's she's gotten her plaudits. She was on the EGOT scale. She's won an Emmy, a Grammy, and a Tony already, and she just
Yeah.
needs that Oscar. So again, yeah, would have been nice to see her get it last year, but I do think that regardless of what the Oscars do this year, she has made this role her own in a beautiful way, and I do think her strength in this movie, as you said, is sometimes in her quieter moments. Like the moment that we haven't touched on, because it ties into the end of the movie, is that beautiful moment in the "As Long as Your Mind" sequence where she and Fiera are about to consummate their love, and he looks at her and says, "You're beautiful." And she says, "You don't have to lie to me." And he says, "It's not lying, it's looking at things another way." And then the fact that she turns that around for him when he comes to her in his new scarecrow form is just one of those brilliant little, moments of performance, because just the joy and the just how bright and wide her smile is, and how it extends all the way up to her eyes. You can feel how happy she is. And I think that, and you've felt how happy that Cynthia Erivo is to have gotten a chance to play this role along with Ariana Grande. And if we are going to address the Oscars one more time, well, one thing I will note is there's a new category this year for Best Casting. And I have a feeling that this movie should get credit for the first movie this year. And that if this movie doesn't get nominated for Best Casting, I think it's kind of a travesty, because, as you said, to find these two actors for these roles, and then fill out the entire ensemble.
And everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. It's a remarkable feat.
Because I actually feel like, and I saw something about this the other day, the studios are having trouble trying to figure out how to campaign for Best Casting.
Yeah,
because it's like what's actually meant by that. I have a feeling that in the short term, it's going to be kind of
best ensemble,
best ensemble category, basically, until those things are a bit more defined. And so for that reason, I'm like, yeah, if because the casting across the board for these films has been just insane and great, and so. Yeah. Even Bowen Yang, who I know you have issues.
I mean,
I love him, and
the thing is that I think Bowen Yang is very well cast for the role that he was assigned to play. It's just that type of character is not really my preferred brand of humor, so I just was never predisposed to like that character. But I don't think he gives a bad performance. I just find him a little bit, not to my taste in terms of the humor.
Well, I know you said also you had baggage from knowing him from Saturday Night Live, and you felt he's doing his thing. Whereas I don't watch Saturday Night Live, so this actually introduced him to me, So I really love all the stuff he did in the film. But yeah, so I think it better damn well at least get nominated for Best Cast. Okay, so we talked about the actual song of For Good earlier, which we talked about at the beginning of the stream. Maybe we should have saved it for the end, but we couldn't help ourselves.
No.
So we can jump over that and talk about the ending of the movie. There's so many things that I'm just absolutely in love with. And we talked about the scene between the wizard and Glinda. But then what follows that is the moment with Madame Morrible, which is so great. Just the way Ariana plays that of come on, you don't want to miss this. And goes out, and Madame Morrible sees the wizard departing, and I actually have my doubts as to like whether he ever intended to take Dorothy with him in this version. She seems to be running from a bit further away.
Yeah, that was another thing that like the movie just kind of like drops. I'm like, did Glinda tell Dorothy how to get home in this version of the story, or is Dorothy just stuck in Oz forever?
There is a cut that
Yeah.
allows the space for it. So yeah. Um like Dorothy still has the slippers.
Yeah.
So like I'm going to assume that there is a, there's a scene in between scenes of but yeah, and then obviously like throwing Madame Orville's lines back at her with my opinion is you do not have what it takes. I hope you prove me wrong. I doubt you will. And then just watching her get dragged off by the monkey is so satisfying.
Very, very satisfying. We love Michelle Yeoh, but she got to be very evil in these movies, so it is nice to see her get her comeuppance.
Yeah. And then the militaristic style music of the score as Glinda descends the stairs, puts on her crown. It's like, this is the point where I'm like, yes, this is basically essentially a coup d'etat.
Yeah.
But I'm going to choose to be happy about it.
Yeah.
Because Glinda is going to be a good ruler.
Yeah. No, and she is embracing it with a little bit more humility than she would have previously. So she recognizes the responsibility that she now has.
But this is so great because it's like, she's been wearing like, her crown beforehand, but this is her taking on like, now she's a ruler, and so it's just got a different vibe to it, like I said, it's all very Aragorn suiting up for battle.
Yes.
Yeah, and then her walking out to her bubble, ready to take charge. Yeah, love it all. It's so good. And then we revisit the beginning of the first film, No One Mourns the Wicked, and if, cutting quickly through a lot of those things, and then we get back to the the beginning of where she's telling her story, and the camera goes out to, like in the first film, but then it stops and it's just like, wait. The camera goes back. She's like, I have more to say. And and that, I love the touch where she puts down the wand.
Yeah.
When she says, to all the, Ozians, all Ozians, yes, come out, to all the animals. And then she starts talking about how we have been through difficult time. There will be more difficult times, but if you'd let me, I'd like to help. I'd like to try to be Glinda the Good. And it's just, and this is like, she's accepting that she's going to do this, presumably, we'll touch on this in a second, without any magical abilities. And she's just going to do her best to take care of the people of Oz and fulfill Elphaba's, dream, and, and just, try and make sure that, like everybody is cared for. And it's such a wonderful moment because it's such a far cry from the Glinda, or I should say Glinda at the beginning of the story, who was so like self-interested, and just the growth that we've seen her go through over the course of the story, and someone who is accepting that, she had this childhood dream of having magic, and if she, and at this point she doesn't think that, she's accepted that that's not in the cards for her, and so she's going to use the abilities that she does have, which is her ability to reach out to people and to and to try to bring them together that way. And I just think it's such a beautiful, and if that was where we left off with her character, it would be, you know, beautiful in and of itself. And I just love the way Ariana plays it. And yeah, it's yeah, it's she gives a brilliant performance. And I just love the transformation that we get to see. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, like she's made Glinda, you know, one of my favorite characters in all of cinema.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love it.
Yeah, no, the emotions of this final sequence for her are like really what I think took the movie up even another level for me, because you know, this being her movie, you know, now having gone through the entire journey of this 2-arc film where, you know, she started off as very shallow and superficial and, you know, having these very, you know, sincere dreams, but like not really understanding like what it actually takes to wield that power. You know, like there's that line that she has to Elphaba when they're having their fight where she's like, I'm a public figure, people expect me to be encouraging. And that's what she's been, you know, but now there's actually a sincere, like a real sincerity behind it, because you get the sense she actually does truly care about, you know, other people, because Elphaba showed her that. And, you know, giving the animals back their rights. And, you know, well, yeah, we see Dulcibert and Dr. Dillamond and this deer who was voiced by Elizabeth Dulo in the first movie that I didn't realize at the time.
Oh my God! Talk about connections.
Yes, indeed. But you know, she has accepted this mantle, as you said, that like she's going to do the hard work, the hard task of like being the leader that Oz needs at this moment, you know, with her considerable, like, you know, political skills and her popularity, which actually does serve her very well in this instance, because it allows people to, you know, to listen to what she has to say. And like what she's preaching now is a message of tolerance and inclusivity and, you know, community. And, you know, what makes it so rewarding is that, you know, she is doing the work and doing it, you know, willingly, but, you know, she is also still heartbroken, you know, for having lost, you know, her best friend, she believes, to death. And so, you know, and that's why there's like, you know, the best things that one of the best things a movie can do is give you a moment that you never would have predicted and never would have thought you would have needed. But the moment you get it, you're just like, oh, yes, that is such a perfect, you know, emotional grace note. And that is for that. And that moment in this movie is the moment when Elphaba passes her magic on and allows the Grimmery to activate for Glinda. And I think that it's what were you going to say? I'm sorry.
There's a couple, like, they've acknowledged that they're leaving it open to interpretation what this moment means. For me, what I take from it is that I think Elphaba can sense that the book is opening. I don't think that she is necessarily the one, like,
I'm going to clarify.
Passing it on. I think that for me, it's because the Grimmery has basically is opening for Glinda, and I think it's Glinda taking on this mantle and accepting that she won't ever have magic, and that she's going to do everything in her power, you know, to be a custodian of Oz and do right by the people. And I think that is then what prompts the Grimmery to open for her and grant her access to its magic. And so and I know there's some interpretations where people say Elphaba opens the book for her, or that it's actually Elphaba's magic that's, you know, doing it, or maybe it's a way she's letting her know that that she's alive. I don't think that's the case. I think it's the Grimmery is opening for Glinda. that is my interpretation of it.
And I need to clarify, that is my interpretation as well. What I'm saying, like, I think that the Grimoire opens for Glinda because Glinda now has found the magic within herself, but it must be acknowledged that the way she found it was through her connection and the love that she had with Elphaba, because that is what changed her for good. And I think that showing Elphaba, like, with the magic, like right as that happens, is the movie's way of reinforcing that connection, and the fact that Glinda would not have been able to do this if she had gone on and lived, the life that she was living before she met Elphaba. But she had essentially, as she like given up on the dream of being a real witch, the dream that she had as a child, and it's like, but because, in classic fashion, because she gave that up, because she became selfless, because she became better, because she was changed for good, then she actually gets her wish fulfilled.
And it's just, and that is not part of the stage musical, and I did not know it was coming. Even if it was, I wouldn't have remembered probably. But this is an invention of the film, and it's just like, and combined with the music, because this is like the movie, first has like a reprisal of For Good, as both Elphaba and Glinda are, sort of stepping into like the new phase of each of their lives, and by the way, like, it goes without saying that I've been raving about the performances all the whole stream, but it continues to amaze me what Ariana can do with her voice, just because of what I came to know of her music before these films, and the fact that she, like, worked so hard to get the soprano voice, and so when she sings out those, bringing back those For Good lyrics, it's like, it's just listening to the voice of an angel. And it's just so wonderful. And then they're both singing like to each other, even though, like, Glinda doesn't know that Elphaba is still alive, but of course in musical logic it doesn't matter. They're both singing at the same time, and then as the music climaxes, and you've got the chorus going, wicked, wicked, then you hear the book opening and she looks back and like the light is shining, and the way she's looking at it, like, and her getting her heart's desire, now that she's earned it, it's just, I could not think of a more beautiful, like, grace note for the movie. It's just, I felt so overcome with like joy for the character. And like that, it's so rare for me to like care as much as I do about like characters in a story, like there's very like, I'm often very engaged with characters in a story, but it's a rare thing to like to get so invested that you feel like you're sharing in their hopes and dreams. And and when that does happen, those are like my favorite films of all time, and that's why I love things like Lord of the Rings, Pride and Prejudice, when you're so bound up in the emotions and the hopes of the characters, and then when they achieve those things, you feel like there's a part of you that's sharing in that journey and those emotions, and the fact that this movie makes me feel that way is just, it's and nowhere is that more the case than in that moment for Glinda, when the Grimoire opens, and I just like absolute chills watching it in the cinema.
It's a beautiful, it's a bittersweet ending, but this is the sweet part of it, the beauty, like, and the beauty of it, the fact that this character who has truly gone on a revelatory emotional journey and become a better person for it, and made the right choice ultimately, at the end, and not even expecting to get this reward out of it, but then it is granted. Like it, you just mentioned a couple of your favorite movies. I think back to one of my all-time favorite movies, Pan's Labyrinth, where Ophelia makes the choice to not to sacrifice her brother and not get what she wants, and she dies for it. But then in the underworld, and it's revealed that you chose to spill your own blood rather than the blood of an innocent. That was the third task and the most important, and you chose well, princess. And that is this moment for Glinda in many respects, because this is it was not a reward that she asked for, but it is a reward that she now deserves. And the best part of it is we know that she will use it to, not for her own selfish purposes, but to continue to do good for the people of Oz, because she has changed for the better, and that she now recognizes that selfless, act is, what she was born to do. She is now truly Glinda the Good.
Yeah. And not to forget the other side of of this conclusion, which is the revelation that Elphaba is still alive, as the character of the Scarecrow, otherwise known as Fiyero, comes to get her at the castle. And I was surprised, because I thought that we got a bit more of Fiyero in the musical, like as the Scarecrow, but I guess it is like the reveal at the end is when it happens. But even so, it's a great reveal. And
yeah, it's clearly a case of like they wanted to preserve the moment when we actually see Jonathan Bailey's face under the Scarecrow makeup for this moment. Like if they had shown us his face during the scene, like for instance when, say, Bach as the Tin Man was wielding an axe calling for Elphaba's blood, we probably would have been like, what is Fiyero doing in that moment?
Yeah, and plus you want the audience to think that he's dead when when Elphaba gets the piece of clothing, which it has been confirmed had a note written on it. That's why she knows what the plan is. And yeah, so but I love that. And you mentioned earlier, it's she gets to pay back the line, but it's not lying, it's looking at the things in a different way, and which so many people misconstrue that line, and it makes me roll my eyes. It's it's like, don't be so goddamn cynical.
But well, I mean, some people they can't sit with the emotion of the thing. Like, yes, you can make your jokes about like, how is their sex life going to work now that he's literally made of straw? But that's the emotional truth of the matter, is that these two characters who love each other now get to be together and start and start a life together away from the
there's got to be still like he's able to move limbs and stuff. There's like
he is although he has a very awkward walk as the Scarecrow. Like when he's like basically like dragging his leg as they're walking through the desert, I'm like, this is gonna take him a while to get across.
I don't know. I'm gonna choose to believe that they're able to make it work somehow.
I think it works. As L3 said about Lando and Solo, it works.
Yeah.
But perhaps we don't need to see it, and that's one of the reasons this movie is rated PG-13.
And then so again, they're walking out towards the desert. Then there's just that moment where she looks back, and we get the reprisal for good. And that moment with Glinda and the Grimmery, which we just went on about, so I won't repeat my adoration of that moment. But then then Elphaba and Fiyero, set out into the desert, which I know there's a whole series of books, and I don't know like how the conclusion of this differs in the book. I have the book. I want to read it at some point, and I imagine that if it's anything remotely similar to what happens here, then there's probably some explanation of like where they go in the books. But I'm choosing to believe that the land beyond Oz actually is Kansas, and that they maybe make it into our world. Maybe that's where they're heading off to, which could have some complications given their appearances, but still, I've seen some really pessimistic views of the end of the movie, like they're just gonna walk off into the desert and die. I'm like, no, they're gonna be fine, and and they're going off to somewhere where we don't know, but I choose to believe it's somewhere where they'll be happy and they'll have a life together. And I like the idea that maybe the land beyond Oz, it just, the folk from Kansas have to be able to get to Oz somehow. And so it stands to reason that the land beyond Oz eventually leads to Kansas. So I don't know. That's my thought on it until I read the books, and maybe I'll have different thoughts on it. But having not read the books, that's something that I like the idea of that.
Yeah, I haven't read the Wicked books either, and I will just note, but if you don't mind, that this is the Wicked musical is very, 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 very different from the books, the Wicked book in terms of the ending. Both Fiyero and Elphaba die for real in the Wicked books. So
okay, so yeah, so I'm fully free to to have this interpretation if nothing is going to be directly refuted by the the book. So yeah. I don't know, but either way, I think I choose to view it as it's a it's a bittersweet ending for them, but I don't think I think they're walking into a good future.
Yeah, I think that they are too. I just hope they packed enough water to get across the ancient desert, but
it's like this isn't Mad Max. This isn't where hope is a mistake. No. This is a magical story. They're going to be fine. And then, of course, we have the very final shot of the movie. And this is not the exact shot, but I'll put it up to sort of convey the feeling. The actual shot is with Elphaba has her hat on, and Glinda has her shawl on, and is whispering to Elphaba in a recreation of the original Wicked stage play. Stage musical poster. And by the way, I should say that it actually completely went over my head on my first viewing, and I feel really dumb for that. But then after I found out what it was on my subsequent viewings, I was like, oh my God, chef's kiss perfection. It's just, and plus, even aside from that, the final shot of the movie is the two of them together, and so even if you don't recognize that it's a callback to that, it's just, I think, such a beautiful image to end the movie on. And if you do know what it's referencing, it's even more so.
No, and this was a moment that was a brilliant idea that Jon M had. He always wanted to do this, and he actually gave an interview where he reports he kept this moment out of the cuts that he showed to studio executives because he was worried that they would make him cut it, and he was like, nope.
Well, what it was he was afraid they were going to put it in the marketing.
And this is. But he refused to show it to them, and he got to preserve the wonderful surprise for the fans.
Which is why I don't have a picture of it, because it was never in a trailer. Thank God.
And I think that that was another little moment where it's just like I didn't know that I needed the movie to end that way, but now that it has, it's like chef's kiss, perfect. Well done, all involved.
Well, and it's also such a, because the movie has like the big epic, like let's have the CGI imagery of the desert and the wide shots. Like I feel like most modern movies would have ended with that shot,
Yeah.
but it's so beautiful that no, we're gonna cut back to this very intimate moment between these two characters who are at the very center of the story. Um and so even outside of the reference to the artwork, like that's I think in of itself is so amazing and beautiful and sort of atypical of what you expect from sort of modern big blockbusters and how they end. Um, and and so everything about it is just beautiful and perfect, and I love that.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. And it also has that one of those beautiful little moments of mystery in the sense that Glinda whispers something into Elphaba's ear, and Jon M very pointedly told Ariana Grande, what you're saying is just between the two of you. I don't want to know what it is. I don't want to hear it. And so it's a secret that's just between Cynthia and Ariana. And in my head canon, I choose to believe she whispers Gelfie forever.
No, it's the exact same thing that was whispered between Bill Murray and Scarlett Johansson in Lost in Translation.
Yes.
And we'll never know in either.
Yeah.
But no, Delphi forever. That's my new headcanon. I'm on board with that. Yeah. And with that's a perfect end to the discussion. There's maybe we skipped over something, but that's okay. It's we spent 4 hours on this discussion.
Yeah,
I think we did a pretty damn good job. But yeah, no, just yeah, I loved having this talk, and yeah, and thanks everybody who popped in, but especially Hunter. I don't know if you're still with us or not, but we really appreciated all your comments and questions. Like you drove most of this stream, because you like your questions like spun us into like it gave us direction throughout, which was great because it also allowed us to not follow sort of a narrative straight line, which I always like when we can mix things up a bit, and I think I think you helped us do that. So thank you so much. I'm actually going to get back to. I'll finish off with a question that you asked, which I didn't answer at the time, so I'll go ahead and do it now. Which did I enjoy more, the stage show or the two movies? Having only seen the stage show once, I'm going to right now say the two movies, and that is, and it's tough because like I went on like praising Cynthia Erivo to high heaven, and I stand by that. But also, like, I won't lie, there is something about listening to Idina Menzel on the Broadway album that. But also, I've never seen Idina Menzel on stage. In it. And the ship has sailed on that, I imagine. But so I don't know. Like the experience of seeing the stage show was so unique and mesmerizing because I saw it on the London stage, and like nothing's ever going to beat that. And the interesting thing about that was it wasn't even the most anticipated musical I was seeing on that trip. I was more excited about going to see Les Miserables. And then I went to go see Wicked, and it just caught me so off guard with how amazing it was, and it blew me away. So like, it's forever going to be like one of the most magical experiences of my life. But at my heart, I'm a movie fan, and so and these films expanded so beautifully on the story, and and you have the lead performances and the fact that it's this absolutely. I think it's pretty well established that Kristen Chenoweth has been lauded for her performance on the stage. And again, I didn't get to see her on stage doing that. But I'm just going to say, as far as like the character of Glinda, like it's impossible for me now to see anybody but Ariana Grande, as Glinda. And the movies have that element, which will probably never be matched for me on the stage version. So I don't know. It feels like I'm giving a very mixed answer, but because I'm such a movie fan and because the performances in the film like really resonated with me so much, I'm going to go with the films. That said, I'm getting to see the stage musical again in a couple weeks with my godmother and her family, and I'm incredibly excited about that. So it's going to be a lot of fun to get to do that.
Yeah, no, and I hope that's another magical experience for you. Maybe they'll work Girl into the Bubble into it, as a nice surprise.
That would be a quick turnaround.
It would, but the Wicked is for good is in the cultural zeitgeist right now. And I will just say that for me, like not having seen the full Wicked for Good musical in a live theater setting, bootleg, online accepted. I think that these two movies for me now stand as one of the best, musical adaptations movie musical adaptations I've ever seen. For me, the pinnacle is probably still The Sound of Music, but this is now right up. This 2-part saga is now right up there with, like, say, something like the original West Side Story, or even Steven Spielberg's rather excellent remake of it. Like what Jon M and his collaborators achieved with this, it really is something special to be celebrated. And it was not a story that I was automatically going to anticipate would be a story that I would end up loving as much as I did, but a lot of that I have to give credit to you, Gwen, for being so passionate about it and inspiring me to get out and see the movie, which I was hoped I would see at some point, but knowing how much you loved it made me want to discuss it with you. And then we and my enthusiasm for this chapter of it was purely organic, because it is these versions of the characters as brought to life by Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande are truly special performances. And again, I hope that they get the Academy recognition that they deserve. I hope Cynthia Erivo gets nominated. I hope Ariana Grande wins. I hope the movie gets couple other recognitions as well, including a Best Picture nod. But even if it doesn't, it has cemented its place as in cinema lore, because they did something that many people thought was impossible, and they pulled it off.
Yeah, there was a point where I kind of hoped that since they didn't give the film Best Picture last year, that this year would see the crowning of the overall story. Given the more muted response from critics, I've sort of let go of that dream, but I nonetheless am really hoping that it still secures a Best Picture nomination, which I think things are looking good for that, because it's the NBR, the National Board of Review, listed it as one of the top 10 films. It got a Best Picture nomination from the Critics' Choice. So I think we're still on track for a Best Picture nod, and it's important to me that it gets in. It's not going to win, and I'm not even sure. Like it's I think at the end of the day, Sinners is probably going to remain my top film of the year, and so I feel like if I'm going to root for a realistic, a movie with a realistic chance for getting there, that's going to be it. And I have a feeling it'll be between that and One Battle After Another, which I have yet to see. But it's really, I would really like to see this film at least secure another nomination for Best Picture, just because I think everyone involved deserves that, and just because of how much this movie and both movies have just meant to me, and so yeah, I hope that, as well as I hope that and we see both actresses secure their nominations, both Cynthia and Ariana. So fingers crossed, we'll get there. But if we don't, it's not going to take away from the achievement of the films.
Yeah,
which what they've accomplished is just legendary.
Yeah, and we also didn't even we didn't give as much due to the elements of the crafts, like the costume design, the production design, the makeup work, all of which is pretty immaculate. The sound design, visual effects, even though, as you mentioned, there is a rough spot or two, but I still think overall the work is pretty great. And how even the screenplay, musicals don't often get credit for their screenplays, but Winnie Holzman and Dana Fox wrote the screenplay, and they did, not only adapt the beloved story, but they added new material to it that we think has, enhanced the its journey to the cinematic screen. So again, well done to all involved, and I hope their work is recognized. But even if it isn't, then we'd at the very least, the story is now complete.
And we heaped enough praise on his actual work, but only said his name probably once or twice, and that is Mr. Stephen Schwartz.
Yes.
The writer of the songs and the original music, and as well as the new songs in the film, and just an absolutely brilliant man with an insane amount of talent, and I gave praise to John Powell for his work on the score, but it's built on the foundation of what Stephen Schwartz created all those years ago, and can't heap enough praise upon him, because the music in this story is just out of this world. Like I said, I fell in love with this musical when I saw it back in 2010, and I immediately went out to the nearest record store in London and picked up the album, because I wanted to listen to all the songs again. So yeah. And then of course, I again got to close out by heaping some praise upon the man at the head of it all, Mr. Jon M. Dude, you took on a mammoth assignment, and you delivered. It's just absolutely amazing. I said at the beginning of the stream, it's hard for me to imagine a better adaptation of Wicked. It's just masterful what's been accomplished here, and it's a shame. It seems like because he didn't get a nomination for Best Director last year, so I don't imagine that's in the cards for this year. It's a shame, because he deserves his flowers as much as anybody. This was not an easy thing to take on, and he just did a remarkable job. All right. Anything else you want to say, Jared, before we wrap this up?
No, I'm good. It was our schedule has been, as you mentioned, a little bit up and down just because of life related concerns. So we've had to delay or push back a couple of the streams that we had planned that we'll probably get to in the new year. But I am happy that this is one of them that we managed to hold on to, not only because it's timely, but because it does, it does give us a sense of, having a finality of having closed the chapter on this particular section of the our Wicked journey, and now we can just kind of look forward to revisiting the movies, in our own time.
Yeah, it would have broken my heart if for some reason we couldn't do this and we had to push it to the new year, because it's Wicked. It's like I actually wasn't feeling so great a couple of days ago because my work schedule was a little odd this week, where some of my days were blending into the others. And so there were a couple days where I was like really overtired, and as I haven't been feeling well, like that just compounds it. And I was like, oh God, am I going to be feeling like this when the weekend comes around? I don't know if that's going to work. Thankfully, that was not the case. Today was a really good day, and even getting out to the movies to see this again, and then coming back home, and I still feel charged up right now. So yeah, I'm glad it worked out that way, and yeah, thank you again, Jared, for just going on this journey with me and talking about both of these films over the course of last year and now today. I'd say, I always love, and talking movies with you. It's just one of my favorite parts of the week, and yeah, it feels nice to have gone on this journey.
Yep. And we are definitely have much more planned. But for now, I'm happy that our discussion next week will be returning to another one of our familiar staples for a special occasion with our discussion of Star Wars: The Force Awakens. It's sequel trilogy time, baby. I'm ready.
Yeah. Yeah. And once again, thank you for everybody who has stopped in. Even though she wasn't able to stay, I appreciate Mother Royne, stopping in to say hi. She hasn't seen the film yet, so that's understandable. I want to say thank you again to, sorry if I got this wrong, Hunter Hewitt. Probably butchered that, but seriously, you were awesome. Just chiming in with all your questions and comments and stuff. And I don't know if you had to leave or not, but hopefully you'll come back later to see the rest of this. But you mentioned like just saying that you had been looking forward to the stream like all year. I'm like, I feel so humbled by that, and and so thank you so much. And also we had Glitter Baby, stopped in real quick. So thank you for stopping in, and anybody else who watched, but maybe you were just watching and not commenting. That's fine. We're glad to have anybody stop in and join us. And yeah, so yeah. If anybody who watched and liked what they see, if you're not already subscribed, please do so. We'd love to have you for our other streams as well. We've got to start planning for next year, because we know we're talking, we're starting with Star Wars: The Force Awakens, the 10th anniversary next week, and then we're going to cover the other two films in the new year. And then we have a couple things that we meant to discuss over the last couple months that had to get pushed around, but then we've got to start cooking up some other ideas too. That'll be exciting. But yeah, thank you all for joining us. Hope you have a wonderful night. And since I can't come up with any,
there's only one way to end a stream discussing anything Oz related, be it Wicked or which is we're off to see the wizard.
Oh, I was going to say there's no place like home, but
yes, yeah. that's
no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
I hope Dorothy got home. Take care.